हेलो, नमस्कार। आप सबका आज फिर से इस मंच से स्वागत करती हूँ। Now, one of our Sri Venkateshwar University student, Jayashree, is going to perform one dance form of Bharatanatyam. Jayashree, please.
అవునా ప్రోగ్రామ్ ఉన్నాం అది నువ్వే పెట్టా
Hello. Thank you so very much, Jai Shri, for your beautiful presentation. You presented here Pushpanjali is the first dance in a Bharatanatyam performance. It is the solution to the Lord of Dance, Nataraja, the Guru, the musicians and the audience. It is made up of two words, that is Pushpa, flower, Anjali, folded handed to show respect. The dancer holds flower to offer prayers to the Trinity of gods, goddesses, Ashtadikpalikas and scholars in dance. Thank you so very much once again, Jai Shri. Now, Ravi Kumar and troupe, Ravi Shankar and troupe is going to perform one performance. Please, stage is yours. आप सबका आज के इस 2 दिवसीय राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी के शुभारंभ सत्र में आप सबका हार्दिक स्वागत है। Thank you so very much, Ravi Shankar and Hello. Thank you so very much, Ravi Shankar and group. आज के इस सभागार में उपस्थित सभी को इस मंच से फिर से एक बार स्वागत करती हूँ। रविशंकर एंड ट्रूप को हार्दिक धन्यवाद बहुत ही खूबसूरत एक प्रस्तुति के लिए। Now, Isha Foundation, Isha volunteers will represent their beautiful presentation. They are from Tirupati, Isha volunteers. ईशा फाउंडेशन के वॉलंटियर्स हमारे सामने आज के इस शुभारंभ संगोष्ठी 20 दिवसीय संगोष्ठी के आज के इस शुभारंभ कार्यक्रम में अपनी प्रस्तुति पेश करेंगे। भगवान शंकर जी से प्रार्थना है आज के इस ईशा फाउंडेशन की प्रस्तुति के द्वारा हम सब में इस सभागार में उपस्थित सभी के भीतर अंतरात्मा में एक सुंदर ईशा फाउंडेशन, ईशा वॉलंटियर्स फ्रॉम तिरुपति, प्लीज।
Namaskaram everyone. I am Kishore Kumar, a psychiatrist by profession and an Isha volunteer from Tirupati. We have, in the recent past, I became part of the Safe Soil movement, which was initiated by Sadhguru. I would like to show you a small video, a short video on this movement. You can just...
about climate change, carbon emissions, and global warming and various other aspects. But we are not addressing soil. Soil is the habitat upon which zillions of lives thrive. Once there is no richness in soil, then you have forsaken the planet in many ways. Every responsible scientist in the world and the UN agencies are clearly saying we have only 80 to 100 harvests left sand will turn into soil. If you remove all organic content from the soil, soil will become sand. In normal agricultural soil, the minimum organic content should be between 3 to 6%. The most minimum is 3%. At least this minimum to keep the soil alive, to keep the soil as living soil is a must. Agricultural soils across the world, the depletion is so heavy. In most countries, more than 50% of the topsoil is already gone in the last 100 years. The nutrient levels have dropped significantly. The level of micronutrients you would get from your food in early 20th century to what you are getting from the same food now has dropped 90%. If you ate one orange in 1920s, what you got from it. Now in 2020, if you have to get the same, you will have to eat 8 oranges. This is what we have done to our food.
Soil is the biggest ecosystem on the planet, and so few people know anything about it. 1 teaspoon of healthy soil probably contains more microbes than there are people on Earth.
The microbial life in the first 12 to 15 inches of topsoil is the basis of our existence. It is this magic beneath our feet which has produced the life that we are. This first 12 to 15 inches of soil is the basis of life for 87% of life on this planet, including you and me.
We have to begin to recognize that what we call our soil, Mother Earth, is a living organism.
Open soils, ripped open by plowing, open to sunlight, is the basis of destruction of microbial life. So the focus should be on agriculture, the focus should be on seeing that land is under shade as much as possible, some kind of shade, grasses, herbs, bushes, trees. Conscious Planet is launching Save Soil movement to bring about a policy change to regenerate soil. As a part of this, I'm 65 and I'm riding 30,000 kilometers, a lone motorcycle journey, 30,000 kilometers across 24 nations to activate support from the citizenry to assure the governments long-term investments will be appreciated. So it's extremely important that soil regeneration is enshrined in the policy of every government on the planet. We must change the narrative on the planet that soil is a wealth, a legacy we have received from previous generations, and we have to pass it on as living soil for future generations. We are in a cusp of time. If you do the right things now, in the next 15 to 25 years, we can significantly turn this situation around and regenerate the soil. But if we allow this to progress like this for another 30 to 40 years, after 40 years if we attempt this, then it could take 150 to 200 years because that much loss of biodiversity would have happened. From 21st of March for 100 days, the whole world, every human being on the planet should talk soil. We must hear the word soil, save soil everywhere to see that the narrative on the planet changes towards the most vital aspect of our life, the soil. Each one of you should reach as many people as you can to make this happen. Many global leaders and influencers are already participating in the movement. Be a part of this and let us make it happen.
For my part, as much as I can contribute.
We're going to save the soil, do your part. And saving the soils.
Our future, our children's future, and our planet's future depend on it.
Save the soil.
We know what we must do, so let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen.
So, as we just saw, the extinction of soil is extremely dire and yet the most overlooked ecological crisis of our times. But it can be reversed if we try it now. Yesterday, Sadhguru started his journey on March 21st. He started his journey from London and he will be reaching India in the next 100 days. He'll be traveling nearly 24 countries during his journey. It's to inspire 3.5 billion people across the world to understand this issue, to really stand up for this soil. By making Save Soil the talk of this town, we can urge the government to create new policies for the soil and act to revitalize the soil. I invite you all to really visit our stall, which is in the registration desk, to really have a glimpse about the other aspects which are happening around the soil. Thank you very much. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you one and all.
Thank you so very much, Isha Foundation, Isha volunteer from Tirupati.
Shall we start?
Yes,
Inviting?
yes,
Okay. So because time is up.
yes, 11. So please read.
No? Yeah, I'll be giving.
I will read out this
No?
from this.
Yeah, right. Whatever you have out on this.
Okay.
Srinivasa Arikot, Muslims. You're listening, welcome. Welcome to all. Good morning to all.
Shall I? Shall we?
Namah Sabhai. Good morning to one and all. In this beautiful morning on the feet of Lord Venkateshwara, I heartily welcome to one and all present here and warm welcome to distinguished dignitaries and guests. Today is a great day because of after 34 years, Government of India brought the new education policy 2020. In this occasion, Akhil Bharatiya Rashtriya Sakshik Mahasangh, Sri Venkateshwar University, Sri Padmavati Mahila University, National Sanskrit University, ICSSR Tirupati, IIT Tirupati, ISER Tirupati, ICFI, SES Bangalore, Maulana Abdul Kalam Azad Institute of Asian Studies, and Andhra Pradesh State Council of Higher Education, jointly organizing this national seminar on New Education Policy 2020. a roadmap to revamp the Indian higher education system. In this connection, now I request to all honorable dignitaries, please come onto the dais. First of all, Professor Raja Reddy Garu, Vice Chancellor, Sri Venkateshwar University, Tirupati. Professor Jamuna Duvuru Garu, Vice Chancellor, Sri Padmavati Mahila University, Tirupati.
Let them come and sit, then you can come.
Professor J.P. Singhal, former Vice Chancellor, University of Rajasthan and National President of Akhil Bharatiya Rashtriya Saikshik Mahasangh. Professor P. Kanaka Sabhapati, Chairman, ICSSR, New Delhi. Professor K.N. Satyanarayana Garu, Director, IIT Tirupati. Professor K.N. Ganesha Garu, Director, IISER Tirupati. Professor Radhakant Thakur Garu, Vice Chancellor, National Sanskrit University, Tirupati. Professor Y.V. Rami Reddy, Department of Chemistry, Sri Venkateshwar University and convener of this seminar. Professor T. Tripura Sundari Garu, Department of Journalism, Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalaya and Organizing Secretary of this seminar. A warm welcome to all of you. Now, this inaugural session starts with lightening the lamp. I request all of our dignitaries and guests, please come forward and please आपके शुभ कर कमलों से आज के कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ होने जा रहा है। आज के हमारे द्विदिवसीय राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी के शुभारंभ होने के लिए मैं सभी हमारे गणमान्य व्यक्तियों को अनुरोध कर रही हूं आज के कार्यक्रम का शुरुआत करने के लिए। Thank you so very much all the distinguished guests. सभी गणमान्य व्यक्तियों से हमारे आज के कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ हो चुका है। हार्दिक धन्यवाद। Now Saraswati Vandana will present by Dr. R.N.S. Shaileshwari, T. Dipti, D. Vasundhara. Please. Thank you so very much. Shri Padmavati Mahila University, Dr. R.N.S. Shaileshwari, T. Dipti, D. Vasundhara for their beautiful presentation as Saraswati Vandana. Now, I request to Dr. M. Rajashekhar Garu, Associate Professor, Department of Zoology, Sri Venkateshwar University, Tirupati, to introduce of dignitaries and welcoming the guests.
A very good morning to you all. I'm really happy to be here on this August occasion, the seminar National Education Policy 2020, a roadmap to revamp the Indian higher education system. I welcome all, and I'm really delighted to introduce guests. First, our Vice Chancellor. I'm really happy to introduce our beloved Vice Chancellor of Sri Venkateshwara University, Professor K. Raja Reddy sir. He worked as a professor in Southeast Asian studies, and he has good relations with international ambassadors, and he developed a lot with the international relations, and he was nominated to accompany the Indian government delegations to Vietnam and Malaysia. He brought lots and lots of MOUs to the university, and he worked as a director for the Southeast Asian studies, and Professor Raja Reddy sir is a committee member of UGC Stride of Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam Tirupati, and now Professor Raja Reddy sir is working as Vice Chancellor to this big university, and he's dynamic, and whenever there is a need, he'll be there for helping all the time. Now I would like to call Dr. Richa Tiwari from Pondicherry University to present a bouquet to Professor Raja Reddy sir. Please go, madam. So it's my honor to introduce Professor Duburu Jamuna Madam Vice Chancellor of Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, that is the Women University located in Tirupati, and Madam achieved many laurels in her education by getting many degrees, and she worked as a professor and emeritus professor in Department of Psychology, SV University, Tirupati, and she is a fellow of ICSSR, and she got 40 years of research and teaching experience with 120 publications, and she carried out many national and international research projects, supervised 28 PhDs, and she is a visiting professor for overseas universities. Besides that, she got awarded Best Teacher from Andhra Pradesh government, and then Commonwealth Fellow to UK, Fulbright Fellow to USA, and visiting scientist to Japan, Switzerland, and she was awarded United Nations International Institute on Aging Award. And she has lots and lots of administrative experiences. And now I would like Professor Jamuna Madam. And I'm Rajasthan, Jaipur, and who was sitting here with us. And he is a national president for ABRSM, that is Akhila Bharatiya Rashtriya Swaichik Foundation, and he held many positions like Vice Chancellor and Principal for Agarwal College of Jaipur, and Member Syndicate University of Rajasthan, and Member Senate for University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, and he got different awards, like wonderful awards, like Pandit Madan Mohan Malaviya Award for his contribution in the field of management by Honorable President of India, and Outstanding Public Speaker Award 19. He has written books, and he is a president for ABRSM. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. M.V. Ramana to honor Professor J.P. Singhal with a bouquet. Thank you very much, sir, for gracing this occasion. He is formerly a professor, and now he is active BJP leader from Tamil Nadu, and he is an author and writer with academic background. He is a prolific writer, holding different. Sabhapati is widely known for his Indian critic research works and pioneering field studies in different industries and business clusters across the country. He has been involved in studying the Indian economic, social, business, and management systems from the native Indian perspective. He was the director of the Tamil Nadu Institute of Urban Studies. He has written many books, and one among a book is Indian Models of Economy, Business and Management, that has been recommended as a text reference for Indian Institute of Management and Technology. And those are his laurels. And now I request Dr. Ramesh to offer and honor Professor Kanaka Sabhapati with bouquet. Thank you very much, sir, for coming over here. Also, Dr. K.N. Satyanarayana, Director, IIT Tirupati. Dr. K.N. Satyanarayana is an excellent researcher, and he has been a professor in the Building Technology and Construction Management Division of the Department of Civil Engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, Chennai. He received his BTech degree from Civil Engineering in IIT Madras, and then he did his doctoral degree in construction, engineering and management from Clemson University, USA. He has been a faculty member at IIT Madras since 1991, and then he is a visiting professor at Iowa State University, USA. His teaching, research, and consulting interests are in the areas of project management, construction, contracts, construction productivity, and equipment, etc. So he is the recipient of many academic awards, including PMI Distinguished Scholar Award. He is currently including IIM Trichy, IIT Indore, and IIM Jodhpur. So we are very happy to have you here, sir. Thank you very much. And now I would like to request Dr. Hanuma Reddy to honor Professor Satyanarayana sir with a bouquet. Now I am pleased to see our Indian Institute of Science Education Research Tirupati. So he obtained his PhD in chemistry. Further he did his second doctoral degree in Cambridge. He joined in Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology at Hyderabad for his tenure, and then excellent research contributions to the chemistry and biology of nucleic acids, focusing on therapeutic and diagnostic applications of DNA analogues, structural biology of collagen peptides, and emerging area of DNA nanotechnology. He is internationally recognized for his original and creative, and he has more than 170 publications in reputed international journals, 2 international patents, and guided 45 students for their doctoral degrees. Professor, beyond this, he is a fellow of TWAS, and Professor Ganesh has received innumerable professional awards. The most important one is being Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award for Chemical Sciences that was given by CSIR, India. And TWAS Prize for Chemical Sciences, he was awarded, and many more awards, which I can't read right now. And he now has the rare and unique distinction of being the first and founder director of 2 IISER. And now I request Professor Sita Kumari Madam, Department of Law, to honor Professor Ganesh sir with a bouquet. He is striving of Professor Reddy sir with a bouquet. Now last but not least, journalism. Her primary areas of research focus is on media law, ethics, new media technology, mobile phone technology, and youth. She has published 5 books and 10 book chapters and 30 articles in various journals of national and international repute. She has undertaken 2 major research projects, an award of the university and in New Delhi. And so to offer bouquet to Professor Tripura Sundari Madam. Thank you very much, Madam, for being here. I request our beloved Vice Chancellor, Professor Raja Reddy sir, to preside over the function. Sir.
Vice Chancellor Sri Venkateswara University and Chief Patron of this National Seminar on National Education Policy 2020. And Madam Vice Chancellor, Professor Jamuna Dubu, IIT Tirupati, Professor K.N. Ganeshan sir, Director, ISER Tirupati, Professor Kanaka Sabapati sir, Chairman ICSSR Nuar, Professor Tripura Sundari Madam, and all the Vice Chancellors came from throughout the India, from the central universities and the state of this, my mother university, Sri Venkateswara University, and sister university Padmavati Viswavidyalayam, and all the delegates came from different states and throughout the India. I welcome you to this Lord Abbot's Sri Venkateswara town Tirupati. So I personally and on behalf as a convener of this seminar, I welcome you once again, please. So you see, actually we want to conduct this seminar in the month of February, but due to some reasons we postponed to this March. You know, the major objective of conducting this seminar is this country as the #1 superpower in economic from the shoulders of the state. Therefore, as a national leading teachers organization, Akhila Bharatiya Rashtriya Shikshak Mahasangh, because you know the government of Andhra Pradesh under the able leadership of Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy Garu. So the government is also very keen and interested to implement this national education policy in Andhra Pradesh. So therefore, we are organizing this event in collaboration of Andhra Pradesh State Council of Higher Education, ABRSM also. And actually, M. Chandra Reddy sir is one of the guests here, and due to some emergency session in the assembly, he told personally that not able to attend morning session, he will come to the evening session. And so last but not least, I want to give the seminar details. We started registration just only 2-3 weeks back, and yesterday the registrations went to 700, and therefore we start for representatives. Out of 696 done up to yesterday, I am very happy to inform you that 239 was the female faculty, the remaining was the male faculty. So this is an information that where the females are also one of the important part of the higher education of India. And another information is, so among these 700 registrations, the registrations came from state universities, central universities, engineering colleges, and even from the research institutes like IICT also. So therefore, once again, I convey my thanks to all the persons here as a convener for giving me this opportunity. Thank you to each and everyone.
Thank you so very much, Professor Y.V. Ramireddy sir, for your welcoming speech. Now, I would like to invite Professor Raja Reddy Garu, Vice Chancellor, Sri Venkateshwar University, Tirupati, to give presidential address. Please, sir.
Thank you, Ma. Thank you. K.N. Satnarayana, Director, IIT, Professor K.N. Ganesh, Director, ISA, Vice Chancellors, Professor K. Kanaka Sabapati Garu, and Professor Singhal, Dr. Ramireddy, Dr. Tripuran Sundari, my Vice Chancellor, Professor Thakur, and other dignitaries on the dais, Lakshman ji, so different vice chancellor cutting across the country, delegates, and my dear friends, electronic media, present electronic media, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Ramireddy just said, Sri Narendra Modi ji wanted to take this nation great. I feel proud to say that India has already become great. One incident is enough to say that. In the midst of Ukraine war, Narendra Modi ji asked Putin to stop war for 6 hours to evacuate our boys from Ukraine. Putin readily accepted to stop the war for 6 hours. You see, it's very, very difficult to any nation for that matter. So he has done it. He made the country very proud. Another incident, the Prime Minister of a enemy neighbor praising Narendra Modi ji for his excellent administration and following the independent foreign policy. What else we need? What else we need? They say greatness of this country. I am proud to be an Indian today. I am very, very proud to be an Indian today. Thank you very much. Coming to the NEP 2020, I feel immensely happy to associate myself with the inaugural function of the National Seminar on National Education Policy 2020, a roadmap to revamp the Indian higher education system, jointly organized by Sri Venkateshwara University and Sri Padmavati Mahila University Vishwavidyalaya in collaboration with the Andhra Pradesh State Council of Higher Education, Government of Andhra Pradesh IIT, Tirupati ISA, Tirupati National Sanskrit University, so on and so forth. Though higher education system in India is the second largest in the world, which caters the education to lakhs of students of various sections of the society. However, our country faces many problems because of poverty, unemployment, and the degradation of moral and spiritual values. As a result, many challenges emerged in higher education in the last few decades. The emergence of technological advancement, rapid globalization necessitated to transform the existing education models, keeping in view of the challenges of the global economy. With an aim to create inclusive, cohesive and productive nation, the National Education Policy 2020 has come as a groundbreaking reform by the Minister of Human Resource Development. The new education policy has a balanced and inclusive outlook with a diminished line of difference between arts and STEM courses. In addition to blended, multidisciplinary learning, it recognizes the need to bridge the gap in education through technology and digitization. The introduction of 5+3+3+4 education framework with assessments set to revitalize the education system in order to bring out the unique capabilities of each student. One of the highlights of the NEP has been the proposal to integrate vocational education in the middle and secondary schools. The policy also proposes to establish skill labs in collaboration with the local polytechnics where courses will be imparted through online mode. The confluence of education and skill development will not only help in the well-rounded development of the students, but also strengthen the core tenets of the Skill India mission. The use of technology will ensure a qualitative delivery to a much wider range of audience. NEP dismantles the rigid distinction between arts, commerce and sciences. Thanks to the policy and choice of taking up history with chemistry will now be possible for students. This brings in the much needed fluidity for the students to hone their skills and cognitive abilities. Multilingualism has been given a special emphasis in the NEP under 3-language proficiency. Children grasp concepts more quickly in the language normally spoken at home. Keeping the medium of instruction in the regional language till class 5 will lead to a multilingual India that is better educated and nationally integrated. The emphasis on multidisciplinary and flexibility for holistic development of the learners in higher education institutions is evident from the proposed reforms. From setting up a regulatory body for digital infrastructure development to the creation of an academic bank of credits, technology is at the core of the national policy. It gives greater autonomy to students to choose their learning pathway and develop skill sets which are likely to make them job creators, thereby giving rise to the entrepreneurial culture. The new education policy endeavors to transform higher education institutions into centers of innovation and excellence by reducing their administrative burden. By granting graded autonomy and turning higher education institutions into degree-granting colleges, NEP intends to bring a greater transparency and standardization in the higher education landscape. With a clear focus on equity, inclusivity, and digital literacy, the reforms under NEP 2020 aim to transform India into a knowledge superpower. It brings the Indian education system on par with global practice in the segment, while creating a tech-driven generation who are ready to plunge into the future workforce. By incorporating sustainable development goals and the ethos of Indian philosophy in the curricula, NEP will create a generation of young Indians with well-rounded critical skills and an innovative approach to work and life. I hope that this seminar will give many thought-provoking ideas and discussions on national education policy, and this would immensely benefit delegates and the students. I congratulate the seminar convener, Professor Y.V. Ramareddy, organizing secretary, Professor Tripurana Sundari, members of the organizing committee of the seminar, faculty members, research scholars and students. I thank one and all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Professor Raja Reddy Garu, Vice Chancellor, Sri Venkateshwar University. Now, भारत के कोने कोने से आज हमारे इस द्वीप दिवसीय राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी में पधारे हुए सभी का फिर से एक बार स्वागत। हमारे अखिल भारतीय राष्ट्रीय शैक्षिक महासंघ की तरफ से सभी लोग हमारे यहाँ पर आप सबकी उपस्थिति हमारे मन के आनंद को और भी ज्यादा प्रोत्साहित कर रही है। राष्ट्र के हित में शिक्षा, शिक्षा के हित में शिक्षक और शिक्षक के हित में ही समाज। धन्यवाद। Now, I request Honorable Vice Chancellor of Shri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Professor Jamuna Duvuru, to deliver her message regarding this seminar. Madam, please.
It's too high.
Namaste to all of you. His Excellency, Honorable Governor of Andhra Pradesh, who is virtually presenting today, Sri Vishwabhushan Harichandanji, Professor Raja Reddy Garu, the President of this inaugural function, Professor Singhal, National President of ABRSM, co-partners of this event, Professor Satyanarayana, Professor Krishna Ganesh, Professor Radha Krishna Thakur, and other co-partners on the, of the dais, Professor Kanaka Sapapati, the most revered professors and distinguished personality in the academic area, convener of the seminar, Professor Rami Reddy, organizing secretary, Professor Tripura Sundari, and co-organizing secretaries, galaxy of distinguished academic leaders from state and central universities, national institutes and regional institutes, members of the ABRSM, faculty members from Padmavati Mahila University and Sri Venkateshwara University, and other distinguished invitees from all the higher educational institutes across the nation from various states. On behalf of the organizing committee, as from the host organization, and my personal behalf, I warmly welcome you all to our midst to this national event, that is two-day national seminar on NEP 2020 with a focal theme, NEP 2020, a roadmap to the excellence of higher education institutions in India. As you all know, Tirupati, the abode of Lord of Seven Hills, and as my friend said, it is the hub of educational institutions. So thank you ABRSM for selecting this venue to host this national event, which is very befitting platform to take this across, to all the institutions. On this occasion, the very distinguished feature of this event is many, vice chancellors who are the academic leaders, who are responsible for implementing this national educational policy are with us. So my special warm welcome to all of them. Please join me in welcoming them. As we are aware, after intense intellectual churning, consultations and feedback from the direct and indirect stakeholders of education, with several structural and functional changes at various levels of education, from pre-KG to PG, has been initiated through this National Educational Policy 2020. So the whole credit goes to the team who have designed this meticulously to suit the needs of higher education in India. And also, we need to be very, very grateful to the Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji, for his vision to make this India as the preferred destination global destination of higher education. That is a very important and great feature of this NEP 2020 structure and functional changes. As I said, this NEP 2020 is very extensive, very comprehensive, and with the view that transforming as a global hub of, higher education. The reforms are aimed at student-centric education with a focus on access, inclusion, affordability, accountability, and quality. NEP 2020 is not just restricted to acquisition of knowledge, but to inculcate values and develop and train the competencies in the learner to face the challenges at the local, regional, at the state level, and also at global level. To be specific, attention to the basics, creating hands-on management by an ecosystem with freedom to grow and to fail as well, with sense of commitment and personal responsibility, is the yet another striking feature of NEP. The need for robust action plan of implementation, fixing timelines, creating ecosystem to inculcate sense of national responsibility, advancement in scholarship are the key points of NEP 2020. I'm sure this two-day national seminar, the deliberations across 2 days, over 6 technical sessions, I'm sure will give us deeper insights to understand how to go with this implementation of part of this NEP 2020. See, at this juncture, I just want to mention one thing. I'm so happy representing the State University of Andhra Pradesh. So Andhra Pradesh is one of the first states to implement this NEP 2020. And we are in the process of rebuilding the higher educational institutions to reframe and restructure the curricula and how to take it forward. I think, on this occasion, I have to thank our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy, for his inspiration, and also the higher education of Andhra Pradesh for making us to work towards this implementation of National Policy 2020. Thank you for the opportunity. And before I congratulate the convener, Professor Ramireddy, I know I'm seeing him, how he is working hard from morning till evening. Even I disturbed at the point of 12 o'clock in the night or 1 o'clock in the night. He is to give me quick response of any of my clarifications. And similarly, Professor Tripura Sundari, along with her 2 other, members, Professor Sita Kumari and Professor Amudavelli from our university, they worked very hard to make this event successful throughout these 2 days. And I fail in my duty if I don't mention a very important person who is sitting in the front desk, Sri Lakshman Ji, National Joint General Secretary of ABRSM, who is instrumental to bring this event to Tirupati and making Sri Venkateswara University and Padmavati Mahila University as hosting organizations, and also brought all the partners together to make this event more vibrant and successful. Before I close, I wish you a pleasant stay to all the outstation delegates, and also I'm sure have a nice time in Tirumala Darshan. Thank you so much. This is mine.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice Chancellor, Shri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalaya. Thank you for your valuable message. Now, I request Professor P. Kanaka Sabhapati, Chairman, ICSSR New Delhi, to give valuable message regarding this national seminar. Sir, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Respected Vice Chancellors of the host institutions, Professor Raj Reddy, Professor Jamuna, ABRSM National President Professor Jindal, distinguished Vice Chancellors, eminent academicians, dear friend Shri Lakshman, invitees and scholars. I am extremely happy to be here along with all of you in this holy place, holiest of shrines in India, to participate in this national seminar on NEP organized primarily by the ABRSM. We, ICSSR, as partner organizations of this program, is very, very happy that this effort is taken to take forward the National Education Policy 2020. India is not just another country, it's a civilization, an ancient civilization with perhaps the longest history in the world. We excelled as a nation in diverse walks of life over the last several millennia, primarily because of our education system. Our education system was rooted in the realities. So as a result, our people were able to contribute to diverse fields of life. But unfortunately, the Macaulay education system came in 1835, and they completely introduced an alien concept, with the result that native education system died. And even after 150, 160 years, in spite of efforts, we are not able to bridge the connection. Now, universities and the academic system remain as islands. We don't have connections with the realities. A student, after completing his engineering in electrical engineering, comes home, power goes off, mother asks him to fix the fuse. Son does not know. A student who has completed his engineering degree in automobiles does not even know how to handle a minor repair in his vehicle. So this is the problem. And in social science subjects, the effect is much more. In the sociology course, for example, one of the first subjects that we teach is Max Weber's theory. Max Weber said some 115 years back, India and China can never progress because of their Indic backgrounds. But today, in the last 30 years, it is these two countries that are taking the world at the global level. If you take economics, the Western paradigms have completely failed. Western economic systems have completely failed. But even now, we find it difficult to accept that we have our own systems, our own way of functioning. Some 70 years back, at the time of independence, we were a very poor nation. 18% was the literacy rate. Almost 80% of the people were dependent on agriculture and rural activities. 32 years was the average expected life in 1950-51. Today we are the third largest economy in GDP per capita PPP terms, with over $10 trillion. We are the fastest growing economy this year with 9.2% growth rate. And a few years back, London Business School had estimated that we have 85 million entrepreneurs in this country, 8.5 crores, perhaps the largest number in the world. If you see the economic history of the world anywhere, no other country has made such a U-turn in about just 7 decades, from being a poor country to the most potential nation today. But even today we refuse to see the functioning systems, and this is because of the education system. So this is the reason why we have to implement the national education policy immediately. In fact, it is a dream come true for many of us who are working at the field level. There is a huge disconnect between the education system and the functioning society. Whereas the society is taking the country forward to higher levels, we remain immune to it. We refuse to see it. We still believe that the West would come and offer solutions to it. In 2008, after the global economic crisis, Paul Krugman, the Nobel laureate in economics for the year 2008, he said, much of our economic theories of the past 30 years have proved to be harmful to the society. So a Nobel laureate, an economics professor from Princeton University, openly admitted that their theories have proved to be harmful to the society, but we are still trying to copy them. So it is unfortunate. So it is time to look at India afresh from our own Bharatiya perspectives, because we have several advantages as a nation. We have strong fundamentals as a nation. In fact, that is what driving India towards progress. In spite of the effect of 200 years of British destruction and 800 years of disruption during the previous periods. So we have strong fundamentals as a nation. In fact, that is what is driving us. And the Indian knowledge systems that are there even today, you take any field, it could be economics, it could be management, it could be related to women's studies, it could be the society, social way of functioning. They are completely different. We have enormous pool of knowledge system. A few years back, Department of Science and Technology said 30% of the innovations in India take place through what we call illiterates, the very ordinary people of the country who did not have the opportunity to go through the education system. So we have enormous amount of knowledge systems with us. So it is time for us to understand India, look at India, study India from the Indian point of view, and the national education policy is providing that opportunity for us. So it is time that we implement this national education policy and then start adopting the plans, ideas given there, because the whole idea of the national education policy is to make India a knowledge superpower in the next 20-30 years. I think that will be possible if all of us decide to study India from our own perspective. With the blessings of the Lord Balaji, I believe that it will happen in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Professor P. Kanaka Sabhapati, sir. Now, I request Professor K. N. Satanarayana Garu, Director, IIT, Tirupati.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Professor J.P. Singhal, Professor Kanaka Sabhapati, my fellow directors and vice chancellors on the stage, other dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Ramireddy and Lakshmanji Garu for putting this program together and bringing all the institutions together in organizing this very important event on the National Education Policy 2020. I don't know how many of you had taken the pains to go through the NEP 2020 and read it in detail. I request, if you have not done it, please do it, because it's a very comprehensive document, a very well thought out document at a policy level. And the challenge now is taking the policy to implementation. You know, we as a country have been good at framing laws, regulations, policies, but our challenge always has been effective implementation. And we've been talking since the NEP has been announced, it's going to be nearly 2 years. All of us have been talking about it, and I think this is important to create the awareness among everyone. Events like this create awareness about the NEP policy and the change that is being brought about in the education system in the country to make India a global power, and more importantly, to make Indians wholesome citizens and happy population. Some of the important issues, they're very difficult to actually implement, but it has to be done if it has to be successful. For example, the issue of comprehensive universities. You know, we have many of our institutions are suboptimal in terms of their size, in terms of their scope of subjects covered, and the policy very clearly talks about getting away from these institutions that are unitary, separate institutions for architecture, separate for medicine, separate for all topics, all sorts of topics, separate for design, law, and so on. So the policy very strongly tells that we have to have comprehensive universities, which are much more, because the world is going much more interdisciplinary, the way we look at the problems, and problems need to be addressed from various angles. And more importantly, the flexibility that it talks about in giving in the curriculum, where the student has a choice of the kinds of subjects they would like to study in terms of the flexibility. Now, these are all, most of our curriculums are very rigid in terms that you should do only this, this, this. The question is, why can't a student be majoring in computer science and minoring in music? Okay, these are the kinds of flexibilities that the NEP 2020 talks about. So the challenge is now, how do we bring about implementation of these aspects? And also the flexibility in when a student enters and exits the system, right? They talk about being able to get into the a program, and if you feel that I need to take a break or I need to change my course, it gives you that flexibility, saying that after 1 year I should be able to give a certification, after 2 years a diploma, a degree if I'm getting out, and the credit bank system where I can transfer credits. If I do courses at one place, I move to another institution, how do I transfer the courses that I've already done and keep moving? So these are all, but these require considerable revamping of how we structure our courses, how we offer them, how do we do admissions. These are the challenges that we need to start really getting into now. I think the next 2-3 years, the first 2 years, sensitization, understanding what needs to be done, but the next 2-3 years, it has to be done. And UGC had formed certain committees for implementation. For example, I was part of an expert group on implementation. For some reason, I'm a hardcore engineer inside out, but I was part of this group on culture, arts, and language, where we are talking about how to bring in this implementation. And I think I gave this group different perspectives on how things to be done. So bringing people with this background itself into a common platform to talk about implementation. And also the emphasis on research that the NEP talks about. So there are many of these aspects that really need to be addressed, seriously thought through. We need to work on it. And I think the seminars like this are geared going towards that. One of the areas that was talked about, Indian knowledge systems earlier, in fact, here in Tirupati, as was already pointed out, Tirupati is turning out to be a major educational hub, not only at the state level, but at the national level, with the number of diverse institutions that we have here. And under the dynamic leadership of Hemchandra Reddy Garu through ABRSM, and we have formed, educational clusters. And that's one more thing the NEP talks about, education clusters. And there have been a number of regional clusters that have been formed. For example, between the institutions in Tirupati and Kadapa and Nellore, there's one regional cluster. So similarly, there's a regional cluster around Vijayawada, Rajahmundry, and so on. And so this is bringing different institutions to come on a common platform to start sharing resources. You know, we're a country that's not very rich. We have limited resources, but how do we share these resources in an effective way, rather than being in various silos and restrictive in who can access what and so on. So many of these initiatives have started, and once again, I would like to thank the organizers for bringing in our institution also as a partner in organizing this event, and look forward to very effective and fruitful deliberations over the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir, for your valuable message. Now, I request Professor K.N. Ganesh Garu, Director, ISER Tirupati. Sir, please.
Namaste everyone. Professor Rajareddy Garu, Professor Jamuna Devuru Garu, Shri Professor J.P. Singhal, Professor Satyanarayana, Professor Kanaka Sabapati, Professor Radhakant Thakur, and distinguished invitees and participants. First of all, I am very delighted that our institute, ISER Tirupati, is a participant in this NEP conclave. I am sure all of you agree that NEP 2020 is one of the best things that has happened to the Indian education system for a long time. All of us know that education is a human right and a force for sustainable development and peace. Every goal in the so-called sustainable development goals at the global level, educational agenda requires that education should empower people with knowledge, skills, and values to live in dignity, build their lives, and contribute to their societies. NEP 2020 provides guidelines and framework to achieve these goals. For any country, the key to achieving social and economic development is to strengthen its higher education system, which is dependent upon various verticals, including primary education. There is much to discuss on improving India's primary education system, and in many ways it is far more challenging than improving the higher education system. It is critical that a country of India's size should maintain a large base of quality higher education system with a sufficient number of universities and institutions in order to serve the needs of the second largest population of the world. For this, capacity building is paramount, but poor infrastructure often becomes the stumbling block to increase our capacity. It should be robust, provide ample physical spaces for research, teaching, residences, and social activities. We are struggling to create an impact on world map of academia. It needs better management and governance, passionate academic leadership, and of course, we suffer from suboptimal funding. There is no rationale in the quantum of budget allocation, either per student or per faculty, etc., though money alone cannot solve the situation. NEP 2020 provides comprehensive approach solution to many of the recognized issues. Top-down approach by choice of good leadership, enabling with robust policies and caring about the building blocks of academic institutions, that is, faculty, staff, and students are most important. Institutions have to rebuild themselves, reinvent themselves around NEP 2020. I'll just focus on 2 or 3 points in this NEP 2020. I'll start with the leadership development. Building leadership competencies is central. It has 3 components: behavior, communication, and culture. Leadership cannot be developed by short-term training or workshops, and it should be ingrained by the working culture. Important to examine successful organizational models, systems and processes, and governance practices important. There are 3 levels of leadership: academic leadership, administrative leadership, and managerial leadership. In India, the managerial leadership is very, very complex. It involves eco-management, conflict management, working in committees without hidden agenda, tolerating differences, awareness of government rules and inclusivity, teamwork, communication, resolving conflicts, many times taking a middle path instead of extremes, and good citizenship. A leader has to ingrain all these qualities if he has to lead the institution. Creating cultural environment and evolving empowerment and mentorship are essential for a good teacher. Along with own self-management, a leader has to manage himself first and his emotional intelligence. Systematically, it is important to look at the good virtues of delineating leadership, so-called academic leadership and institutional leadership, from routine administration. It is very common abroad that the routine administration is taken by individual managers, whereas directors and vice chancellors do not worry about the day-to-day routine administration, which should be left to professional administrators. And vice chancellor and directors concentrate on visionary aspects, resource generation, and future developmental plans. Leadership positions should not remain vacant and succession issue to be addressed in advance. NEP 2020 advocates this aspect. Once the budgetary provisions are made, institutions should be given administrative and operational freedom. I'll just give an example. Faculty to student ratios, all of us know, are fixed at 1 to 10 in CFTIs. However, the appointment of faculty based on student strength is not automatic. Even if the board approves it, it still requires ministry or finance clearance, which does not come for years. And at ISA Tirupati, we are already 1 to 20 ratio, so it is very, very difficult to do good academic functioning or the curriculum expansion or including implementation of NEP 2020. There should be constant and continuous recruitments of faculty, and if not, institute would lose many good faculty entering them. Now, faculty recruitment, I will not dwell upon detail. It's a very, very important, because the key to success of any education system starts with faculty. It is said that in Princeton, Nobel laureates and professors would go to Princeton because they get the best of the students by these best of the professors. I always dream, when will our Indian institutions can practice this? The best teachers teaching the best students is very, very important. Now, NEP 20 has succeeded abroad. Now, one of the things which social sciences is very important, other is the students. So it's very, very important to such as ab initio thinking, problem solving skills, ethics, integrity, and safety culture. In many cities with multiple higher education institutions and research laboratories, such training can actually be integrated across institutions, because the requirement of the training for the PhD students is the same across the institutions. These are called as graduate schools, and for example in Tirupati, we are placed very nicely in a situation to have common graduate schools across institutions. Given our population, we have not been able to scale up our education system. While it is routine to see universities abroad with average of 20,000, 30,000 students, I am not sure even the best and the largest of our universities do not match their strength. Increasing the number of seats in higher education institutions needs scaling up of government support in a rational way, fixing budgets based on some rationale of students, faculty. Unfortunately, this never happens. In our budgets are always a small percentage of above what we got last time, not even compensating for inflation. We know we are a poor country, but I believe a country where educated and healthy people live, rest of it will automatically follow. You know, they are educated and they are healthy. Rest of things should automatically follow. In a larger context, the aim must be for India to have an education system by 2040 that is second to none. To achieve this, NEP provides ways and means, such as equitable access to the highest quality education for all learners, developing holistic individuals, by an identified set of skills and values incorporated at each stage of learning. I will not touch upon the autonomy which the NEP talks about that. Finally, what I would like to say is that the purpose of education is not just obtaining degrees. It is necessary to build future society for competent functioning in academia, government, industry, and society. Equally important is to impart advanced training in specialized disciplines to be self-sufficient and technologically future competence. If we did not have our atomic energy or the space missions very early, I'm not sure where today we would have figured in the world in a technological sense. Academic bank of credit is a wonderful idea. It's good for formal general purposes of degree acquisition, but it may not be sufficient for deep specialized learning required for many disciplines. However, if the practical implementation hurdles are overcome, it's a great step towards inclusivity and design learning. In a country, as I said, where educated and healthy people live, everything else follows automatically. Intellectual and financial investment is necessary in both these sectors. NEP 2020 provides a solution for the first, that is education. We must do things not just because NEP 2020 mandates it, but because it's going to change our academic system with a long-term effect on our social structure towards betterment. During this transformation, we should go even beyond what NEP 2020 says and add implementation novelty to convert the vision of NEP 2020 into reality. With this thing, I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir, for your valuable message. Now, I would like to request Professor Radhakant Thakur, Garu, Vice Chancellor, National Sanskrit University, Tirupati. Sir, please.
या देवी सर्वभूतेषु बुद्धिरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः. I extend warm welcome to all the scholars of this esteemed audience. This national seminar is being organized on NEP 2020. I feel this NEP 2020 is brought by Modi government as a wake-up call for learners and scholars. It is a wake-up call because during last centuries we could not try for gaining the glory of India. This is a Modi government has brought NEP 2020 on one hand to improve our higher education system, and on another hand to give the befitting reply to the miraculous system of 1835. My dear friends, our ancestors have contributed a lot during 5,000 years. They have made wonderful discoveries, but all the discoveries are named after the recent scholars of past. Our history is written by those scholars who have not visited India, who have not capacity to learn our Sanskrit text. Indian knowledge is locked in Sanskrit literature. How can they write our past? So this is the time we have to regain, we have to gain our pride. India was famous for learning. This land was very vibrant. We were producing scholars. Make it educational hub again. Make it educational hub again. India has to be educational hub. There are many salient features of this NEP 2020. Flexibility is the best feature, best merit, quality, because you see many students were dropping higher education due to steep system, because entry is difficult, exit is more difficult. But now This flexibility has made this system, education system, very attractive, very interesting. So our great scholars, I congratulate Rami Reddy ji and Lakshman ji, who are instrumental behind this conference, behind this seminar. And I, once again, on behalf of the scholars of Tirupati, professors of Tirupati, I extend warm welcome all the scholars who are drawn from different parts of India. I extend warm welcome, Abhinandanam to them. You see, there are many features, many qualities in our system. Research, there is a very good saying in Sanskrit, charbit charbanam, means we are chewing a thing which is already chewed. So research is that. My verse is, Gaveshanam taditam karjam bharatam syat pratishtitam. We should do such research by which Bharat, we should get again our glory. We have given the best gift to the world, that is the zero. Many gifts we have given to the world, but all the gifts they have taken and they are credited. So this is time to highlight the Indian system of knowledge at this time. So my dear friends, this is the wonderful program. Our system was there. Nalanda was the platform for erudite scholars. They are used to sharpen knowledge and debate with others. So this is the platform to discuss on the qualities and features of depth, how to improve Indian system of knowledge, how to higher education system. So this debate will be there, discussion will be there, and through the representative Lakshmanji, Kapoorji, Singhal-ji, I want to tell the government, I see the awareness among students and teachers. So I want to conclude my speech by this verse, my verse. Students are endeavoring energetically, teachers are updating knowledge, we are building modern society, no one will be in distress. So we are changing the world. And one verse I am telling to conclude, last verse is mine, that Swapnam tu bhittesu jnanam prayogai rapidarsiniyam. What knowledge we have gathered, we have to make it in practice, what NAP is telling. So make it in practice, bring in practice. Jnanam prayogai rapidarsiniyam nabhyam cha bhavyam khalu kalpaniyam jagat cha nityam parivartiniyam. We should have innovative thoughts, innovative ideas to change this world. With these words, I conclude my speech, and I again and again I thank the organizer and all the scholars who are participating in this program. Thank you.
धन्यवादः महोदयः. Thank you so very much, Professor Radhakant Thakur, Vice Chancellor, National Sanskrit University. Now, I like to request Professor J.P. Singhal Garu, Honorable National President of Akhil Bharatiya Rashtriya Saikshik Mahasangh, former Vice Chancellor, University of Rajasthan. Sir, please.
Honorable President of this inaugural session of this national seminar, Professor Raja Reddy, Vice Chancellor SB University Tirupati, Professor Jamna Dubam, Vice Chancellor SP MBB Tirupati, Professor P. Kanka Sabhapati, Chairman IECSSR New Delhi, Professor K.N. Ganesh, Director IISER Tirupati, Professor K.N. Satyanarayana, Director IIT Tirupati. We have Radha Krishna Thakur, Vice Chancellor IC NSU Tirupati, the convener of this national seminar, Professor Baibi Rami Reddy, Organizing Secretary of this seminar, Professor T. Tripura Sundari, ऑल इंडिया ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी ऑफ अखिल भारतीय राष्ट्रीय शैक्षिक महासंघ माननीय महेंद्र कपूर जी, ऑल इंडिया जॉइंट ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी आदरणीय जी लक्ष्मण जी, आदरणीय महेंद्र कुमार जी, the members of the governing board of Akhil Bharatiya Rashtriya Shakshik Mahasangh, the honorable vice chancellors, honorable former vice chancellors, directors, members of the academic fraternity, professors, my dear friends and honorable invited guests. It gives me immense pleasure to be here and say a few words to you. Before I come to the National Education Policy 2020, I'd like to narrate few words about the Akhil Bharatiya Rashtriya Shakshik Mahasangh. However, it is already mentioned by B. Rami Reddy that Akhil Bharatiya Rashtriya Shakshik Mahasangh is a country-wide organization of KG to PG, having more than 12 lakh members throughout the country, spread over 28 states of the country. This is only the organization in mitigating the service condition and making the service conditions of the teachers very well. But at the same time, we are working for, as is told by Rami Reddy ji, our aim is राष्ट्र के हित में शिक्षा, शिक्षा के हित में शिक्षक and शिक्षक के हित में समाज. And because of this reason, how we can make this education system very much in the interest of the country is our basic motto, with which our policy is the nation first. And because of this policy, we are also working to see that this National Education Policy 2020 is implemented to the lowest stage in a most scientific manner, so that we can try to take the fruits of this National Education Policy 2020. My dear friends, because of this, we have several programs. I'm not going to tell all these programs here, because it is the seminar or national seminar trying to say something about the National Education Policy 2020 only. As you are all aware, the National Education Policy 2020 is a way forward to transform the Indian higher education system and to see that this education policy provides us impetus by which we can try to make Bharat the Vishwa Guru, with which we can try to have a kind of situation by which we can be known as a global super knowledge power in the world. For this, education policy is providing so many kind of the recommendations for us. And as you know that the purpose of the education as is embodied by Swami Vivekananda ji is the man making and life building and character building. And this education policy 2020 is basically trying to achieve this purpose of education because, and I'm very sure it is certainly going to achieve this purpose, because the center of the national education policy is not it's not Euric centers, it's not the Western centered, but it is Bharat centered. As it is Bharat centered policy, first time given in our country, and thereby we very basically presume that we will certainly be in a position to get this kind of the things without much problems. To revamp and to rejuvenate the Indian higher education system, this national education policy recommends several things. Say, for example, it focuses on output, not on input. It very basically focuses on performance, practicability, and passion, not on the process merely. It basically highlighted the multidisciplinary, holistic approach of the education. It is trying to underline the need of making the education system totally Bharat-centric. It is basically trying to say how we are going to develop a kind of the phenomena, develop a kind of the strategy by which we will certainly become the Vishwa Guru. It talks about flexibility, it talks about good governance, it talks about the very much creditable research, quality research we can talk about, and more so, it also take into account the global aspect by which we can try to have the exposure of our teachers and students globally. These are the various features as is very basically conveyed by my previous distinguished speakers, and all these features are certainly trying to provide you a kind of the platform for Nirbhar Bharat, and this Atmanirbhar Bharat is a need of the time which we have to think about. When we try to think in this direction, then this seminar is basically meant to address all these issues and the challenges we are facing in implementing the Education Policy 2020. And I'm very sure that this national seminar will certainly be in a position to give certain kind of the strategies by which we will be able to put forth our point of view about all these kind of the issues, all these kind of the challenges which we have. We are very much of the opinion that we people combinedly and cooperatively and consistently work towards this system, then we can try to convert these challenges into the opportunities. So how we will be going to convert the challenges into the opportunities, I believe this seminar will be focusing on these issues, and with these issues we will be addressing the things in such a manner so that we got the kind of the outcome which we wanted to have for that. Some issues which I have in my mind is, which I believe that has to be addressed by this seminar, that one very important core issue of this is the flexibility. Flexibility is the core. National Education Policy 2020, multidisciplinary approach and the holistic development of the student is another very important core issue of this education policy. And the thing which is important for us to see how we will be addressing it. When we say flexibility, then we say the learners have a choice to choose the way, to choose the learning trajectory and the programs which they feel are very much of their interest. But the question which is paramount for us, that what strategies we are going to develop so that the institutions and the organizations are certainly trying to have and trying to develop these things by which we will be providing opportunity to every student to choose that path, choose that way which they feel is very important in their life. This is the flexibility, providing several things, multiple entry, it talks about multiple exit, it talks about the academic bank of credit, but all these things are very important only when we have a kind of the strategy in our mind by which this kind of the approach can be taken care of. So is the case of holistic development of the students, so is the case of the multidisciplinary approach. We are all talking about the multidisciplinary institutions, but much more point which is relevant here is how we can make our education system a multidisciplinary in character. We have given several things. Say for example, this education policy 2020 is not having a lot of hard differentiation between the art and science, hard separation of art and science, between the curricular activities and extracurricular activities, between the vocational. Until unless we adapt these things, these changes, things cannot come true, things cannot be implemented. We can give you the needed result. This is quite important for us. So is the case when we talk about the holistic development. We talk about that so far we were talking about the rote learning, we were not very much thinking about the conceptual understanding, we were not thinking about the critical thinking. But this I can think in this direction that the student must not think only for a few things, but they should try to develop creative thinking, they should try to develop human values, they should try to develop certain kind of the conceptual understanding, and which is quite obvious for the overall development and holistic development of the student. It's a very important issue which we need to address for this kind of the purpose. And for that, what is important from my point of view, the mindset, the attitude, and the culture of our people, culture of the stakeholders, mindset of the stakeholders, until unless the mindset of the teachers, T20, cannot give you the result. Mindset has to be changed. And from my point of view, I can say the teacher can become the best example for that. If the teacher, they have a character for that, then this can change very easily. If the teacher is not understanding to that extent, then it's very difficult to do that. And for that, teacher has to reform and teacher has to perform. We need to transformation, we need reform, and we can take the advantage of this education policy, which is perhaps welcomed by each and everyone. Even those people who are against of our point of view are also welcoming this education policy. This is the first time I have seen it in this policy, in this seminar. Might be funding. From where the funding will come. Most of the time we are very much dependent on the government. We are always thinking that government is spending 3% of GDP now, they must try to increase.
Thank you, sir. Our felicitation part is over. Now, Tripura Sundari of this seminar to give.
Afternoon. Your attention. I request all of you to kindly with us and extending a national seminar on National Education Policy 2020. I convey my deep regards and hearty thanks for being always there as citizens of Andhra Pradesh. I am highly indebted to thank Professor K. Raja Reddy Garu, Vice Chancellor of Sri Venkatesh in this academic mega event. I wish to express my sincere thanks to the most endearing guest of honor, Professor Pati, who is the people behind this great ABRSM, Chancellor of University of Rajasthan and the National President of ABRSM, for being with us today and for delivering keynote address seminar. I express Chairman ICSSR,
Professor K. Kanaka Sabapati Garu and Professor Singhal, dignitaries on the dais, Lakshman ji, so different Vice Chancellor cutting across the country, delegates, and my dear friends, electronic media, present electronic media, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Ram Reddy just said Sri Narendra Modi ji wanted to take this nation great. I feel proud to say that India has already become great. One incident is enough to say that. In the midst of Ukraine war, Narendra Modi ji asked Putin to stop war for 6 hours to evacuate our boys from Ukraine. Putin readily accepted to stop the war for 6 hours. You see, it's very, very difficult to any nation for that matter. So he has done it. He made the country very proud. Another incident, the Prime Minister of an enemy neighbor praising Narendra Modi ji for his greatness of this country. I am proud to be an Indian today. I am very, very proud to be an Indian today. Thank you very much. Coming to the NEP 2020, I feel immensely happy to associate myself with the inaugural function of the National Seminar on National Education Policy 2020, a roadmap to revamp the Indian higher education system, jointly organized by Sri Venkateswara University and Sri Padmavati Mahila University Vishwavidyalaya in collaboration with the Andhra Pradesh State Council of Higher Education, Government of Andhra Pradesh IIT, Tirupati ISR, Tirupati National Sanskrit University, so on and so forth. Though higher education system in India is the second largest in the world, which caters the education to lakhs of students of various sections of the society, however, our country faces many problems because of poverty, unemployment, and the degradation of moral and spiritual values. As a result, many challenges emerged in higher education in the last few decades. The emergence of technological advancement, rapid globalization necessitated to transform the existing education models, keeping in view of the challenges of the global economy. With an aim to create inclusive, cohesive, and productive nation, the National Education Policy 2020 has come as a groundbreaking reform by the Minister of Human Resource Development. The new education policy has a balanced and inclusive outlook with a diminished line of difference between arts and STEM courses. In addition to blended, multidisciplinary learning, it recognizes the need to bridge the gap in education through technology and digitization. The introduction of 5+3+3+4 education framework with assessments set to revitalize the education system in order to bring out the unique capabilities of each student. One of the highlights of the NEP has been the proposal to integrate vocational education in the middle and secondary schools. The policy also
so very much, Professor J.P. Singhal Garu, अखिल भारतीय राष्ट्रीय शैक्षिक महासंघ के प्रेसिडेंट, फॉर्मर वाइस चांसलर, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ राजस्थान. Now, I request to Professor Y.V. Ramireddy sir to come and announce the names of the guests gathered in the auditorium, and he will announce about Honorable Governor message, Andhra Pradesh. Please come, sir.
Thank you. It is my immense pleasure to introduce some of the Vice Chancellors, Directors, former Vice Chancellors and academicians presented in this August gathering. I start with Professor B.J. Rao, Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad. Sir will be coming just now. Professor Shivaraj sir, Member, University Grants Commission, Osmania University, Hyderabad. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Professor N.V. Ramana Rao, Director, NIT Warangal. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Professor Sri Mahendra Kapoor ji, National Organizing Secretary, ABRSM. Sri Mahendra Kumar ji, In charge Higher Education, ABRSM. Professor Venkataramana, Vice Chairman, Telangana State Council for Higher Education. Sir will join later. Sri Gunta Lakshmanji, National Joint Organizing Secretary, ABRSM, and who is the person behind all this national seminar of today's event. Professor Somayajul Garu, Director, IIIT Kurnool. Thank you, sir. Professor Kannabiran sir, Director, IIIT Sri City. Thank you, sir. Professor Gurmeet Singh ji, Vice Chancellor, University of Pondicherry. Professor E. Suresh Kumar sir, Member, UGC, Vice Chancellor, FLO Hyderabad. Sir also will join, I think. Yes. Professor V.S.R.K. Prasad sir, Director, Indian Institute of Petroleum and Chemical Technology, Visakhapatnam. Professor Mallesh, Vice Chancellor, Satavahana University, Karimnagar. Thank you, sir. Professor Ranga Janardhan sir, Vice Chancellor, JNTU, Anantapur. Thank you, sir. Professor M.R.K. Reddy, sir, Vice Chancellor, Sri Krishnadevaraya University, Anantapur. Thank you, sir. Professor Sudarshan Sharma, Vice Chancellor, Vedic University, Tirupati. Sir also will come, sir. Professor Surya Kalavati Madam, Vice Chancellor, Yogavemana, Kadapa. She, Madam also will join just. Professor Vishnuvardhan Reddy, Vice Chancellor, Acharya, NG Ranga, Agriculture University. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Professor Rajagopal, sir, former Vice Chancellor, SV University, SK University, and JNTU University also. Sir also will join. And Professor B.K. Chandrasekhar, sir, Vice Chancellor, Krishna University. Thank you, sir. I think I may not forget some of the names. If I could have forgotten, sorry, excuse me. I hope that I have introduced, but some of the persons I don't, I am telling honestly. If anybody is there, sir, please excuse me, sir. Thank you. And now I just want to inform you, please. So the Honorable Governor, Sri Bishwabhushan Harichandanji, so accepted to bless this occasion, but due to some unavoidable reasons at the last moment, and sir blessed this occasion through his audio message. And now I think we will listen the audio message of Honorable Governor Sri Bishwabhushan Harichandan. Thank you. I request Mahendra to take up this.
Sir K. Hebachandra Reddy, Chairman, Andhra Pradesh State Council of Higher Education. Professor K. N. Ganesh, Director, IISSER. Professor K. N. Satyanarayan, Director, IIT. Professor Srimati D. Jamna, Vice Chancellor, Sri Padmavati Vishwavidyalaya. Professor K. Raja Reddy, Vice Chancellor, Sri Venkateswara University, Tirupati. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my warm greetings to you all. It gives me immense pleasure to participate in today's inaugural roadmap to revamp the Indian higher education system. Swami Vivekananda once said, education is the manifestation of a perfection already in man. India is celebrating the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 75 years of Indian independence. During these 75 years, India made its mark in every sphere, providing some skeptics who thought India would not survive as an independent nation is wrong. For a moment, if we look back and reflect as a nation, we may have registered many achievements, but there remains a few areas of grave concern, and education sector being the foremost amongst them. When Macaulay made obnoxious statement in his minute about India and its rich heritage and proposed an education system that was meant to enslave people, it was a part of the process of colonialization. However, in the post-colonial era, the country fell short in conceptualizing an education policy that is in sync with our own needs. We fell short in creating an educational policy with the time-tested values of the great nation and failed to make an endeavor to rejuvenate the nation. We fell short in making education through which, to quote Vivekananda once again, the strength of the mind is increased, the intellect is expanded, and one can stand on one's feet. This is not to undermine the contributions made by some great minds such as Dr. Babali Radhakrishnan, who headed the first commission on higher education.
National President of Akhil Bhartiya Rashtriya Saikshik Mahasangh. Thank you, sir. Guru, Vice Chancellor, Shri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Tirupati, to felicitate New Delhi. Thank you. Chairman ICSSR New Delhi, to felicitate Professor K.N. Satyanarayana Garu, Director IIT Tirupati. Now, I would like to request Professor J.P. Singhal Garu, former Vice Chancellor, University of Rajasthan and National President of Akhil Bhartiya Rashtriya Saikshik Mahasangh, to felicitate Professor K.N. Ganesh Garu, Director ISER Tirupati. Now, I request Professor P. Kanaka Sabhapati Garu, Chairperson ICSSR New Delhi, to honor Professor Radhakant Thakur, Vice Chancellor of National Sanskrit University, Tirupati. Thank you. Now, I request Professor J.P. Singhal, former Vice Chancellor, University of Rajasthan and National President, Akhil Bhartiya Rashtriya Saikshik Mahasangh, to honor Professor Raja Reddy Garu, Vice Chancellor, Sri Venkateshwar University, Tirupati. Thank you. Now I again request Professor J.P. Singhal Garu, National President of ABRSM, to felicitate Professor Jamuna Duvuru, Vice Chancellor Shri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Tirupati. To felicitate with a very beautiful shawl and memento. Thank you, madam. Now again, I request Professor J.P. Singhal Garu, National President of ABRSM, to felicitate Professor Y.V. Rami Reddy, Department of Chemistry, Sri Venkateshwar University, and the convener of this seminar, with a beautiful shawl and memento. Again, I request you, sir, Professor J.P. Singhal Garu, National President of ABRSM, to honor Professor T. Tripuri Sundari Garu, Department of Journalism, Organizing Secretary of this seminar, to felicitate with a very beautiful shawl and memento. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. Thank you, distinguished guests. Our felicitation part is over. Now, the time for vote of thanks. I request to Professor T. Tripura Sundari Garu, Department of Journalism, Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, and Organizing Secretary of this seminar, to give vote of thanks to the dignitaries and one and all. Please, madam.
Very good afternoon. Your attention, please. I request all of you to take the seats. Your movement is going to be giving negative indication. I request all of you to kindly take your seats. A very good afternoon, all of you. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. It is indeed a matter of immense gratitude and honor to thank His Excellency Shri Bishwa Bhushan Harichandan Garu, Honorable Governor of Andhra Pradesh, for virtually connecting with us and extending a national seminar. Hearty thanks to Professor K. Hemachandra Reddy Garu, Chairman of AP State Council of Higher Education, for being always there as a great source of motivation and encouragement to all the higher education institutions of Andhra Pradesh. I am highly indebted Vice Chancellor of Sri Venkateshwara University, Tirupati, for his continuous support and efforts in organizing this academic mega event. I wish to express my sincere thanks to the most endearing guest of honor, Professor Jamuna Duvuru, Vice Chancellor of Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Tirupati, who is the visionary behind the convention of this academic activity. University of Rajasthan, and the national keynote address for this inaugural. I express my sincere thanks to Professor P. Kanaka Sabhapati Garu, Chairman, ICSSR, New Delhi, for making it possible to come down to us and for being there amidst all of us, despite his pressing commitments. Thank you, sir. I place on record my sincere thanks to Ganesh Garu, Director of ISA Tirupati, our guests of honor, for their generous support and valuable messages. I sincerely thank Professor Radhakant for gracing the occasion. It's my pleasure to thank Professor Y.V. Ramareddy Garu, convener of this national seminar, and Shri Lakshman Ji, National Joint Secretary, ABRSM, for their continuous efforts in organizing the event with sincerity and dedication. I thank all the conveners and members of various working committees for their relentless efforts. I also thank the engineering section of Sri Venkateshwara University for making all the arrangements and converting the venue to be ideal and taking care of other logistics for the smooth conduct of this program. To all the distinguished dignitaries and guests who have assembled here this morning, I wish to express our gratitude once again for gracing the inaugural function with your presence and giving us the pleasure of your company. To the members of media, I would like to thank for accepting our invitation to cover the inaugural session. I once again thank one and all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am. There are some instructions, please. One thing is, so after this, we will have a lunch. So for all the, guest resource persons and vice chancellors, the lunch arranged, left side to this. So for all the delegates and for all other people, the lunch arranged back side of this auditorium. There are enough counters are there. So I request all the delegates to have a nice lunch, one thing. Another thing, after the lunch, we will have Academic Leaders Conclave in SV University Senate Hall. I request all the vice chancellors
And I also request Dr. Rajendra Joshi, CESS Bangalore, to come on to the dais. And then I request Dr. Satish, ABRSM from Kerala, to come on to the dais. Yeah, please have your chair, sir. And I request Professor S. Mallesham, Vice Chancellor, Shatwahini University, Karimnagar, to come on to the dais. Yeah. So, I call upon Durga Devi to read a brief note about our chairman of the session, Professor Geeta Bhatt. Come on.
Professor Geeta Bhatt Garu is at present Director of Non-Collegiate Women Education Board, NCWEB. NCWEB is a unique institution which was established in 1944 under University of Delhi to educate girls who come from marginalized socio-economic background. At present, there are more than 32,000 girls studying under NCWEB. Ma'am has been a member of the Academic Council of the University of Delhi for 2 terms. Ma'am has been nominated as a member of the expert group Implementation Plan for National Education Policy 2020 by the University Grants Commission. Dr. Geeta Bhatt Garu is UGC nominee on the governing body of many colleges and member in various committees of University Grants Commission. Ma'am has undertaken women's studies of the minority community. Dr. Geeta Bhatt Garu was editor-in-chief of a book of minority women which was quoted by the law minister when the Muslim Women Act was tabled in the parliament. Ma'am has done her PhD from Mumbai University and MPhil from University of Delhi. Ma'am has worked in the areas of semiconductor thin films using low energy implantation. At her present, her area of interest are research are integrated optics and sensors, electronic waste, organic photovoltaics. Ma'am also has keen interest in higher education and related policies and gender studies and has been contributing scholarly articles in these fields. Dr. Geeta Bhatt Garu has authored 2 books and also edited 3 books. Ma'am has also written many research papers as well as popular articles. Ma'am is also a TV panelist representing national ideology. She received Meritorious Teachers Award from Delhi government in the year 2014. Ma'am is also the recipient of Guru Dronacharya Award from Sri Narayan Sankritik Chetna Nyas, New Delhi in the year 2018 and Prerna Pratibha Saman Award from Saksham Welfare Trust, Uttar Pradesh in the year 2019. I welcome you, ma'am.
Good afternoon to everyone. Now I am glad to introduce about Professor Gaurisha Garu. Sir holds MBA with specialization in finance and marketing, MPhil in management and PhD from Bangalore University. Sir has experience in quality management and accreditation of higher education institutions. Sir areas of interest includes quality in education and management of NGOs. Sir worked as Chief Consultant in the Technical Secretariat of Committee to draft National Education Policy headed by renowned space scientist Dr. K. Kasturi Rangan Garu, which was constituted by MHRD, Government of India in the year 2017. Sir served as Honorary Secretary and Treasurer of NGO. Sir has been involved in many research pursuits in the area of education. Sir has presented and published research articles at national related to quality of education and innovations in learning. Sir has delivered more than 75 lectures on National Education Policy 2020 at various national seminars and webinars. Sir is a visiting faculty at MBA Department of Bangalore University. Thank you.
Now, I would like to introduce our beloved speaker, Dr. Rajendra Joshi Garu, CESS Bangalore. Dr. Rajendra Joshi Garu holds MA in Philosophy from Bangalore University and doctoral degree Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Mumbai. As the head for Mission 10X Research Center, Wipro Technologies, sir involved in designing and delivering training programs and executing academic leadership program for the principals and faculty members of engineering colleges across the country. Sir also trained more than 2,000 engineering faculty and 250 engineering college leaders as part of Mission 10X. Sir served as Director of Indus Training and Research, Bangalore, and Dean of Education Studies at IHCT. Sir has wide experience in training and development and served as Director for Learning and Development at Marwadi University, Rajkot, Gujarat. Sir worked closely with NAC, both as P team member and coordinator of P team for Access, an accredited college in states of Maharashtra, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Sir was awarded with prestigious Emerald and the IMA Research Fund Award in 2008 for the research project. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, dear students, for reading out the brief note about our eminent personalities of this program. Now I request the chairman to commence the program. Thank you, madam. Excuse me.
Namaskar and good afternoon to all those present in this hall. So to move forward in today's session, I would like to first of all invite and I would like to first invite them to put forward their views. I hope it will be fine that afterwards we can have a interactive session. If anybody in the audience has got any questions or queries, they can put forward. We can have a discussion, because I think the whole idea of holding this seminar is basically to have a churning of minds. So let there be some new thoughts, new ideas which can come out of this discussion. Probably I will take a couple of minutes later to summarize whatever has been put forth by the eminent speakers on the dais. So we already have Professor Gaurisha and Dr. Rajendra Joshi from CES Bangalore with us on the dais. And we are waiting for the Vice Chancellor of Satvahana University, Professor Makisham. Is that the name? Okay. So, I have been just suggested by Dr. Rajendra Joshi that both of us can, together put forward a few points, and so I invite both of them to kindly go ahead and put forth their points in front of the House.
Namaste. It is my privilege to be part of this seminar on national education policy. With the permission of the chair, we are using a small PPT for the benefit of the audience for further discussion. I think the journey started in the year 2015, and with the submission of report by Kasturirangan Committee in 2019, the nationwide discussion started. The initial discussions were on whether to accept this idea or not. lucky with all the diversity in the country, we are able to get larger acceptance to the key ideas of national education policy. I think from last 2 years, lot of deliberations happened with respect to understanding the NEP, because the academicians, as I understand, including who are managing the institutions and faculty members, are waiting to something that new come up for the complete overall changes that is very essential for our education by considering the challenges that the nation is going to face. Very interestingly, the students are most excited about the policy by looking at the certain key features which makes the policy really a learner-centered. But we need to revisit our own education system that prevails in our country for last 200 plus years. And it is one more opportunity for us to look at our own education system, which is very much from this particular soil, which definitely is able to address the challenges of the globe and which can attract the scholars across the countries. So with that idea, the education policy is giving opportunity for all the stakeholders of education to come out with their own ideas, with the innovative thinking and the wisdom what we have. I think that's the best part of the policy. It gives some kind of opportunity for every individual who would like to contribute to the field of education to come out with their own ideas for the implementation at the individual level or at the institution level. Most of the time we wait for government and the system to give some kind of regulations, some kind of guidelines, and they give the larger picture, and then we will get into the implementation. But I think this is the other way, where stakeholders need to work first. All the people who involved at the grassroots level, I think need to work first, and then it will come out at the national level. So we have a role to play as faculty, as institution builder, as vice chancellor, as principal, or what the other roles the people are playing in the education sector. We have a role to play to implement the policy with our own innovative ideas. I think that's the best part of the policy. We'll go to the next slide. Next. There are three basically transformative changes in the policy. I call it as the three important interventions that is required to implement the policy. Reforms are suggested, but these are the three interventions. At the structural level, at the very regulatory and administration level, the third one is very academic level. If you consider some of the states in the country, for example, Karnataka, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and few other states, and of course some of the central universities in the country, their intervention is from the academic level. To introducing the 4-year undergraduate program, what is the structure, and if you look at the central government, the UGC and Ministry of Education is basically working to intervene from the academic level. Simultaneously, they are also working on the administration and regulatory aspects, and of course the structural part. So we have to understand the entire policy. What is the spirit of the policy? I think before we getting into the implementation, if somebody asked me, so how to approach the implementation? If we are preparing for implementation, I think that's the starting point for implementation of the policy. If we consider that, more than understanding what is there in the policy in letter, I think it is better to understand the spirit of the policy so that we can definitely put our effort to implement how we understand in the larger picture of the NEP document. So structural changes is the first dimension, that is how to reimagine the higher education. Today we have very fragmented institutions. There are many nomenclature that we use to call or designate the institutions, but policy talks about a complete transformation in the type of institutions, basically three types, that is research intensive universities, teaching intensive universities, and autonomous degree granting colleges. I think now every universities which are operating in country today, whether central or state or private, they need to think where they fit in. I think the thinking starts from there. Am I doing a great research and contribute to the society and economy, or can I give the best of the best education to my students? So your target is fixed now to give a quality higher education to all the students as envisaged in the policy as a key principle. If you look at the other policy documents earlier, that talks about all the 4 pillars of education: affordability, equity, access and accountability. This policy talks one more important dimension, that is quality. And the beauty is, it is providing affordable access to quality education to all. That's the key bottom line of the policy. If you would like to really implement, I think all the higher education institutions to work at a different level and with a different kind of an approach. So that's the reason we are going for this kind of a classification. Now every state university, they have to have their own ideas whether we fit in as a teaching university as we are today, how we can go to the a kind of a research mode completely and become a research intensive university. Or being a teaching intensive university, how to integrate the research and multidisciplinary culture at the institution level or at the university level. I think these are the critical decisions every university has to make to see how they are going to have their structure in the days to come. I think the very interesting part and challenging part is also that is making every institution autonomous degree granting college. This is the most pending demand, academic demand. So if you go to any university which is having lot of autonomous status, still they call we don't have autonomy. I think in every academic discussion we talk on this. Academic autonomy is not available, financial autonomy is not there. I think this gives a complete autonomy for all the institutions to design their curricula which best suits for their own students by considering the challenges in the market or in the country or at the global level. I think that's one of the important idea of the policy, to give that kind of an empowerment to every institution. Please understand, I think most of the audience over here from different universities and colleges as faculty or working, that autonomy is coming to me as an individual faculty, not only coming to the institutions. Now I think this autonomy is with some few institutions in terms of developing curricula or doing the assessment, planning, etc. But now every individual faculty must be empowered to develop the curricula, use the right pedagogy, and then do the assessment, and institutions will certify that. So that kind of a 360-degree approach for the autonomous status that every degree college is going to get over a period of time. I'm sure that it is not going to happen in another 1 year, 2 year. Policy itself suggested to have a 15 years window period. For some of the institutions it may take more time than the 15 years, but this is one thing that we need to imagine, that my own institution, which is an affiliated college now, is going to become an autonomous college down the line 8 to 10 years, and are we ready for that? Are we ready with our capacity? Are we ready with our human resources and other required resources? I think that's where we need to start thinking about preparing a transition plan and then a larger plan or a roadmap for the implementation of the policy. And the next one is, this is a regulatory kind of dimension. So second dimension is regulatory reforms. Anyway, I think in the other deliberations that we are going to have tomorrow and today, later part of the session, later part of the conference, I think there will be some deliberations on this. But I think regulatory reforms is another dimension that is going to have a massive changes and with a very functional kind of an approach for the regulatory system. So that is going to come up, and that will going to be an enabling agencies, that creates enabling agencies that are going to create some kind of an ensuring kind of a structure. It is not definitely a kind of a controlling approach. So basically it removes all such controlling license kind of things and gives lot of empowerment, enabling environment, and plus ensuring of the quality education to all. So that kind of an approach, I think the regulatory reforms that will take up in the days to come. Third one is, I think, very interesting. This is where I think without even waiting for some university to give some kind of guidelines to you, without waiting for a larger picture from the state and central government, straight away you can approach towards implementation at your own levels. That is crossing the disciplinary boundaries. We are now very fond of our own discipline, and we are giving education in a very compartmentalization approach. I think we need to come out of that particular. basically a cultural shift is required. Our mindset we should change our mindset. That takes a lot of time. In that respect, now all of us need to think about how to bring this culture of multidisciplinary. What is the relationship between these disciplines? And is the discipline is giving that opportunity for all the students, or interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approaches are going to give the required strength and some kind of a confidence to our own students to face the challenges in their life? I think we need to start thinking towards that. Then basically, what is the idea of multidisciplinary and why this multidisciplinary, and how to bring that dimension of holistic nature into the 4-year undergraduate program and beyond. And then only we can definitely think about how to bring it to the institutions level. That's where I think so all the faculty members, I'm a physics professor, I'm a mathematics professor, I'm a social science professor, I'm a humanities professor. I think how to integrate all this in a very meaningful way so that our students will get a complete perspective of what is required for them. Basically a perspective building exercise. I think in the days to come we need to work on all this. I think if start thinking at the individual and institutional level, I think the implementation becomes very easy when we get some inputs from the center and the state. We'll go to the next one. Okay. This, all of you are aware about the a key policy idea of program, but policy advocate for a 4-year UG program with multidisciplinary and holistic approach, and certification at each level, completion of 1 year, 2nd year, 3rd year, there will be some kind of certification if student is going out of the mainstream education. Anyway, the flexibility part of it, what is the benefit for the students and how it helps all the students, and how universities need to work out strategies to implement this along with academic bank of credit. The key thing is, what is the value of all this? If we are able to understand, I think we can start working towards that. Each level has to be accomplished with some kind of a knowledge, some kind of a skill development. Earlier we have a national skill framework. So level up to level 4 till 12th standard, after that level 5, level 6, level 7, level 8, level 9 till the PG program. Now the recent document from the UGC, National Higher Education Qualification Framework, that particular framework is integrated with, that is one of the key idea of NEP, NHUQF, that is integrated with the skill framework. Now if student is completing the first year, he must be fulfilling the requirements for level 5, then 2nd year level 6, 3rd year level 7. If any university professor who are already framed some committees in the institution level, I think while developing the curricula, we need to keep this in our mind. So there will be some kind of certification. So there is outcome is already designed or outcome is already defined. So how I have to develop the curricula shall make some kind of livelihood for our students. I think that's where we need to rethink, reimagine the entire degree program. If you look at the policy document, it has given more emphasis on the 4-year undergraduate program. The statistics goes more than 80% of the students, this is the first degree is the terminal degree. So I think we need to give a lot of focus for this to build a robust undergraduate program. You can skip this. So most of the people are aware about I think, as I mentioned in the very beginning of my session, we need to understand the spirit of the policy. There are a lot of key ideas are there. Tomorrow we get a lot of rules and regulations. UGC has come out with at least 10 or to implement at the institution level, at the state level, at micro and macro levels. Basically, unless otherwise we understand what is the spirit of all these key ideas. For example, policy talks about multi-education, learner-centered education, so integrated approach in the education. So if you look at all this, unless otherwise we understand what really it is and how it is going to work and how to bring to our type of an institutions which higher education is more contextual. So I think Rajendra Joshi sir will throw some light on those aspects, then we will together.
Thank you, Gaurish. Good afternoon, everybody. We are talking, I think it's also when we are doing this reimagining. What is our context as a civilization? The second, the outside world, science, technology,
climate change. The entire world of work is undergoing a change. I mean, a very popular perception we all hear in different reports is a lot of jobs which again it is doing it. The biggest change, which as Gaurish was saying, is holistic and multidisciplinary education. We earlier, that mindset is an important, so in some sense, we become little possessive about our, disciplines or disciplinary scholarship. Therefore, when the word multidisciplinary comes, there is a little bit of a hesitation. Let's look at it a little more closely. Firstly, very popularly using that, discipline is also a perspective, a cognitive orientation, a way of looking at the world. When I learn a discipline, I not just learn a content, if I am learning literature, or if I am learning physics, or if I am... Yeah. So it's actually building a certain framework to look at the reality that is available to me. As the world is getting complex, if I am educated to look at the problems of life or my profession from only one perspective, then I am very limited. I may not be very relevant in the new world. I need to have multiple perspectives, which is why I need to have different cognitive orientation, which is why I need to get exposed to different disciplinary background. As Gaurish was just now mentioning, we must not forget the fact that 85% of our students, first degree is the terminal, deliver more than 10 to 15%. Yeah. So what happens to this 85% who terminate with the first degree? They obviously look for jobs, they become entrepreneurs, and definitely they become citizens. They need to lead their life. Yeah. In this process, they need to have ability to shift perspectives, what I would call as cognitive agility. They need to be cognitively agile to move from one perspective to another perspective, because the kind of jobs that they do, kind of businesses that they do are going to be very, very complex. Hence, there is a need for a multidisciplinary approach to education, which is why the policy is very clearly saying that we need to have a multidisciplinary approach. And university we have science, engineering, law, management, agriculture, and they were in the policy is not talking of merely institution being a collection of disciplines. Does the student, does the learner, does the new graduate get a multidisciplinary perspective? That is the issue. It's not about institution having variety of things. So what we need to go beyond is not merely having institutions with different disciplines, but can students be exposed to different disciplines? This is what multidisciplinary is all about. Of course, it is not at the cost of previous one. Yeah. All right. Okay. First, we need to go beyond rigid disciplinary boundaries. Doesn't mean we will give up discipline. Policy is very clear that there needs to be a balance between specializing or being focused. I may be a literature graduate, but I am also exposed to many other disciplines, which helps me to give to 85% of them are going to get into jobs or businesses once they finish their first degree. Yeah. The kind of jobs that they will do, kind of businesses that they will do, will require them to have variety of perspectives. It's not just about different disciplines. This is where we need to look at this slide. Only discipline is one thing, but beyond being exposed to variety of disciplines, there is a need to change pedagogy. Pedagogy needs to move from instructive, one-to-many didactic approach that we have into much more interactive, dialogical method. Till that happens, throwing different discipline is not going to make a major difference. So along with multiple disciplines that we are going to offer, we also need to have a change in pedagogy. We need to have different kind of pedagogy. And thirdly, we need to look at assessment. Assessment is curriculum. If assessment doesn't change, nothing much will change from student perspective. So there is a need to change assessment as well, and the policy very clearly says we need to move from single high-stake evaluation to different multiple disciplines, and different disciplines along with changed. Yeah. More than all the three, perhaps we also need to look at learning environment, because it's the environment which either motivates or demotivates the learner. Most of our students who have a learning problem or a difficulty in learning, or they are not doing as well as we would like them to do, usually reasons are many others: psychological, family, economic, social. So unless the institutions are sensitive to this learning environment, mere multidisciplinary throwing of curriculum combinations only will not change. So we need to change or look at all the four aspects: content, pedagogy, assessment, and creating a supporting learning environment. Can we move to the next? Yeah. If you ask an employer today, and the World Economic Forum, as one of the global association of employers, has been talking about it for the last 10 years now, what are those 21st century skills that we need? Which means we need to imagine curriculum not so much from content point of view, but from the skill point of view, because this is what the 21st century requires. This is what all the global players in the business of work and business have actually stated as what they need from graduates. It is creativity, critical thinking, problem solving, decision making, learning to learn, because knowledge gets obsolete very fast in today's world. So what I have learned may not make sense in 10 years' time. So what I need to learn, apart from learning something, is also how to learn new things. So learning to learn, how to communicate, how to collaborate, yeah, how to handle information and communication technology, which is entered all aspects of our life. And how do you handle information? We are bombarded with information today. How do I sort out what I need? How do I find out what is fake, what is real, what is relevant, what is irrelevant? This is an important life skill today. Yeah. Similarly, being a citizen, ability to plan my life and career. These are the skills that world is looking for from a new graduates. So when I design a curriculum, when I teach, I need to keep this in mind. I'm not teaching for a content. Content, I'm sorry for being extreme. I'm making a point, therefore I'm stressing it rather extremely. Content is secondary. Through content, we are actually focusing on certain skills. So we need to prepare people for 21st century skill, because world is actually looking for what they call as, is looking for a T-type graduate. The perspectives said therefore different skills. The vertical bar is my specialization in a certain type graduate, which is why the policy is very clearly saying we need a multidisciplinary approach, which is a balance between flexible, changed assessment and a very supportive learning environment. When we provide this, we would be able to produce a T-type graduate, which is what the world needs. And all three are interrelated. Curriculum, why affiliation is being through higher education. Unless we bring in the engagement, there is no responsibility to learn. And I
want to walk, learn. So if you look at the very KG classes, your school, first standard, second standard, students will make lot of fun and learn multiple languages. It's more of be quiet, be silent, will happen outside the classroom more than the inside the classroom. One of the important thing that is policy is talking about outcome-based education. I think so far we have this system in the professional education. If you go to an engineering college, they have this outcome-based education approach as per the Washington Accord. But now, every general degree program can we have this approach. So this is one of the key idea of the policy. Can we define what is expected from each of this program which we are offering, whether it is BSc, BCom or BBA, whichever course. What is the outcome? What is the at the undergraduate program level, each of the sub-discipline oriented or interdisciplinary program level, and at the each course level? That means our entire preparation starts from these outcomes. As Joshi sir was talking about, the assessment is the thing for the students. When we develop the curricula, this outcome is our point. And from this outcome, we will draw everything and we prepare content, we design the pedagogy or andragogy, and then we will take it to the classroom. So, can we develop this particular system in each of our institutions? So that's the reason recently UGC has released a document called National Higher Education Qualification Framework that gives a direction for outcome-based education with the graduate attributes and different program level outcomes, etc. Can we do it in a realistic sense? One thing we are sure, what we are teaching this, it has a practice. What is the theory concept we are going to teach in the classroom has a practice. It has a reality. It has a meaning in the reality, in real world. Most of the students will have this complaint. What we learn in the college has of absolute no use in the industry where I am working. So if you define the outcome clearly, so entire our teaching pedagogy and the content will go in that particular direction. So can we bring is one such idea that is there in the NEP. I think recently NHUQF is there in the public domain. I think I urge all of you to go through this particular document. It has given a set of graduate attributes. It takes care of your disciplinary or knowledge related content, and all the 21st century skills is part of the expected outcome from every graduate program. It is not only the discipline or interdisciplinary relationship knowledge, it is beyond that, whether can we integrate within our pedagogy and the content, the skills required. So this is where the disconnect is there today. Many of the universities and colleges, they have wonderful programs and skill development, value addition programs, but integrated approach we are not following. So I am teaching one particular subject, I am content domain is very strong and I am deliver the content. The required, the life skill and the professional skill, am I integrating with that particular subject? So I think that kind of an integrated approach, that is actually is what the policy suggests. Many a times we lose our time in discussing big things that is in NEP, all regulatory and federal system, I think at an academic level, these are the things I need to have a larger deliberations and workshops to equip with ourselves all these technical skills to do a better job in our profession, as NEP considers teaching as a profession. So this is all the set of graduate attributes that is for all of us to take it forward in designing curriculum in the coming days. So what is happening? Because policy is out from 2020 after cabinet is approved. At the center level, lot of developments is happening. Higher Education Commission of India bill is almost ready, discussed in parliament and outside the parliament, yet to pass in the parliament. Points, I think by the time you can check in your mobile phone, the 10th point is added now. The credit structure for your undergraduate program, I think yesterday they have released it, so I forgot to add that particular point. So you look at what are the key ideas are in NEP, how to make it happen. That's where I think we are here today. Already a lot of guidelines and regulatory drafts are available in front of us. I think as involved in the field of education, we need to have a look at all these documents, at least now, to have a better strategies at the academic institutional level, strategies for implementing the NEP effectively. So that is what our submission. I think we are happy to take any questions with the permission of the chair. Before that, I take 30 seconds. We suggest normally for every institution to follow an approach. This is called NEP ready. So implementing NEP, I must be ready for implementation, whether institution or individual. So we call it as NEP ready. Aware, have the clarity on all the policy points with the spirit, understanding the spirit, and then you prepare a roadmap. So that's where we act. Preparation is the starting point of implementation of NEP. And then we will call ourselves as, whenever we start discussing on So after the transition, we need to start for implementing.
Thank you so much, Professor Joshi and Professor. So you're also Joshi from the audience.
Sir, myself, Suraj Sinha from Pondicherry University. One of the contradictions what I observe in India is that dilution of standards begins from top. For example, no institution in the US has started own university. Atomic Energy has started own university. ISRO has started own university. Now political parties will start their own university. Supreme Court of India will start own university. And then they blame that universities are not doing work, not meeting the nation needs. Another contradiction is we talk lots about IITs. I don't want to be negative about IITs, but engineers are not engineers from IITs. Only they are getting job in international forum because it is supposed, it is believed by international companies that these students have general aptitude better than them. But I can guarantee that the work I can take a IIT student of my village, that engineering work a IIT graduate cannot compete.
If you can please put forth the question. What is your question
Is that
query?
whether these issues, for example, dilution of the standards from the topmost institution is taken up in NEP. I gave the example that how the standards has been diluted by top institutes like DAE, IIT.
I think you have raised many issues, so I will come to the crux of the question relating to the presentation that we made, because whether the other organization should start a university or not, whether it's a positive development or not, complex thing. Yeah? But I think finally dilution of a quality is a function of all the stakeholders. Really important what we as different stakeholders, there are academic leaders in this gathering, there are faculty in this gathering, who or at least the vision of the policy and act according to it and change the mindset that is required to change. I think we can be at least one level of bull.
Thank you. Any other question?
Hello. Hello, madam, here.
Yeah, okay.
This is,
excuse me, after sir, please go, come ahead. The lady here has raised a question.
madam, this is Dr. B.N. Reddy, working as a assistant professor in Autonomous College, Rajahmundry. So we got A+ grade college, government system, only college who got government degree college A+ grade in entire country. But I have doubt. Already we have very good policy and also very good education policy in 1986 also, and also another amendment in 1992. Still, all government colleges, we are facing a lot of troubles in existing way. So one way is faculty. We are expecting quality education, sustenance, and also equity, everything is good. Still, majority of the government colleges, only I am talking about government and universities. Still, there is many posts are vacant. Even though we are designing very good policy, that means the documentation is very good. How can we implement? How can we provide quality education in all these colleges? Why? Because it is the duty of the UGC, it is the duty of the government, filling up all posts with quality faculty. Otherwise, as autonomous college, we have designed very good policy and also very good curriculum in our college, but we are not able to implement. Why? Because I am also a member of that IQAC. So recently visited autonomous committee in my college and also visited NAC peer team, but they are posing a number of questions. But already we have given, we are under the control of government. We don't have any right to implement. We don't have any right to recruit any persons. Only we are running guest faculty. So more than 56 different combinations are there in my college, particularly undergraduation. But how can we run effective manner without having a proper and effective teaching faculty? So this is my question. So you must bring it to the government. Why? Because UGC. Otherwise, whatever policies we design, not able to implement. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Yeah, first let me congratulate your institution to get that A+ grade in the NAC. I think every institution, specifically government institution, must aspire for it. Second one, yeah, policy is a aspirational statements or directional statements. Actually, it is committed for that. That is how we need to understand. Yeah, I agree with you that the previous policies also it happened, and to some extent we are able to achieve, and to some extent we failed in implementation. So now your question, when it comes to the faculty recruitment, faculty quality, I think I add one more dimension of faculty training existing, in-service training. All three are very essential. If you ask me from the policy perspective, policy is very clear that we need to appoint the people, we need whatever the required number of faculty required in higher education across the country, all institutions must be appointed. Policy says it very clearly. And one more thing, it has given some scope, some kind of flexibility. Because today we have a class of faculty that is qualified with the required thing, and they will be part of our academic programs to deliver. Teach for certain course, and for any other skill development or any vocational, you can have your own people who are locally available that you can take into confidence to your college or your institution.
Yes, so, yes, please.
Thank you very much, ma'am and sirs, for the wonderful session. It's really thought-provoking. I'm Dr. Sujana from PVKN Government College. It's at autonomous college, one and only autonomous college from this district, Chittoor district, and A-graded under NAC accreditation in third cycle. Okay, sir, most of the students, 99% of the students hailing to our college are economically, socially backward students, and they have very poor. What we are forgetting is the concept. We are leaving the concept. 50% of the concept is left behind, and we are focusing on mostly 21st century. Our facing is we have wonderful faculty. They design very good curriculum, and they developed it. They have pedagogy also is wonderfully designed. Assessment also is very good. But students are not up to the standards. These new educators, they are not able to cope. Need to strengthen the concept in the students. Why are you reducing? Why are we asked to reduce the syllabus to half and incorporate more of life skills so that they get some jobs? So how to develop the concept? Thank you, ma'am.
Firstly, we are still in a certain mold where we believe more is better. Disciplinary approach, and the focus is only on employability skills, which I think is not really the spirit of the policy. Policy very clearly says education for life, not just education for living. It's not just about employability that the policy is elitistic in any way. Because what it is talking of is basic skills. Whether whichever strata of society they come from, can we look at education through certain basic skills which they need for life? It has to survive by the skills that I acquire. And the college is perhaps my only source of getting it. Teacher is perhaps the only source of inspiring me to get. A problem with the language, language sounds little American, if I can use the word, but that's not really true. In spirit, it is very much, is not taking away anything. In fact, I was looking at mission statements of some of the best schools in the world, not college. And one of the schools which I caught was, less is better, more. It's not about the quantum. When I learned, the lab was there, but I can use it, but no instructor for me. It's outside to learn the computer. Now, I think with the content, physics knowledge, I have a lot of commerce. Definitely it is going to have a deeper understanding of discipline. You need to have second PUC pass. Why fan is rotating? So they're not unable to answer, but they work on all the high end of physics. But if I don't know how to use my physics with the required skill that is essential in today's world, I think that's going to be a major problem, or that they're going to face skill development, vocational, curricula, co-curricula integration. Everything is suggested in the policy that helps the students. And for rural students, those who are from geography, SCDGS policy use this term. I think this is the learning center. College is the learning center. So I think you are doing a great. It is, if you look at the recent document, more than 50% of the credits for your subject knowledge, major, minor, etc. Remaining goes for language development, capability development, competency development,
and other co-curricula, etc. So more than 50%, 80 to 84 credits out of 160 is for the very subject knowledge. So nothing to worry about that.
Also wind up the session in time, so we can take 2 last questions. So one we can take from this row and one from here. So please, sir, go ahead.
Namaste.
And please be brief so that we can take one more
sure,
question.
Sure. Namaste, myself Manohar from Amrita University, Kerala. As per this NEP 2020 policy document, the students having a private university, how the management is going to absorb that shock, in the sense that in terms of infrastructure, in terms of faculty, and in terms of administration. Thank you.
Yeah. I think firstly, multiple entry exit should not be seen by those terms. It is actually in people who are now, even at this time, without NEP being implemented, dropping out is a very minuscule minority, small percentage, and usually for a very compelling reason. Yeah? And I don't think just because the option is available, more students are going to drop out. Number 3. Number 4, I think, which is very important from an institutional point of view, which means it also builds a back pressure on the institution to provide what the student is looking for, financial, personal, or academic.
Only one thing to add, this is a 4-year undergraduate program. It is not a certificate program, it is not diploma. So that's the reason, if you are able to give that clarity, students are unable to continue for their own personal reasons. 4-year program, not a diploma program, not a certificate program.
Here, please. Here. So among 2 of you, you can decide, or one person can ask both the questions. That way.
Sorry. This is Professor Sharada from Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam. I just want to add to what already has been asked. With regard to infrastructure and the recruitment of teachers, it's very much important, because existing courses in universities itself, we do not have infrastructure. And if this is going to be, NEP is going to be introduced, certainly it will become a great burden on the teachers as well as on the university. This is what I wanted to. This is my question.
Please here. Please get the mic over here.
Shout, sir.
Yeah, ma'am, thank you. And a very good afternoon to the panel members. Considering school education as a very important foundation for the higher education, I am very surprised as to how the school education is going to be treated in terms of capacity building, in terms of infrastructure building, in terms of financing in this new policy. Thank you.
I think school education, I agree with you, is very, very important. And policy talks equally on school education. Policy is not only about higher education. It also talks in detail about central government agencies relating to school education. Many states are also very actively working on school education. If you ask my personal opinion, in terms of preparedness, school education is in better shape than preparedness for higher education. So we don't have to get worried. It will come. Yeah, there are linkages between two very clearly mentioned.
Okay, one last question. Now this is really a last question. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Madam and sirs. I would like to ask one question. The NEP 2020 stresses on no hard boundaries among the arts, commerce, humanities and sciences, and suggests flexibility in choice of subjects at the middle and secondary stages. What are the changes would you like to bring in the functioning of schools to facilitate under wider choice of subjects by the students? What actions or additional arrangements are required at the level of schools and the examination boards? Thank you, sir.
Okay. So largely on the secondary education, you're talking about 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th integration.
So there also we are going to have multidisciplinary event called Sarthak. In that it is actually a roadmap kind of thing, where they have fixed the agencies to develop the curricula, program structure, capacity building, which agency is responsible to develop that and implement, and by second for 12th. I think Karnataka already decided to go for a one board examination, 10th and 12th integrated board, but we'll have board examination at the 10th and 12th. So now the subject flexibility, you rightly said there will be no hard compartmentalization of something like commerce, arts and science, but students will be, commerce students for inclination towards commerce will be exposed to other areas, but there will be a kind of a disciplinary approach that student has to take it to build his further career. So that is not at that particular cost. But commerce means only commerce, science means only science. It will not give any perspective. So that's the reason, so that other areas, so students has to make, I think in terms of capacity, but equipping the faculty with required kind of a skills and capabilities, I think that has to be done by the respective state governments with the framework that we are going to get from the NCERT.
So I think now we can conclude the question answer session, and I would briefly just conclude in a few lines. So this being the first session after the inaugural session, I think a lot of brainstorming has happened in this session, and I would like to thank Professor Gaurisha and Professor Joshi for presenting the whole concept of the National Education Policy 2020 in the presentation, as well as elaborating on the various aspects which we are already looking into, some of the university because they have already implemented it, and a large number are all set to introduce the National Education Policy in its framework, in its curricula, and implementing it from the coming academic session. So in this light, I think that this national seminar which has been organized by Venkateshwara University and by Padmavati Women's University, Akhil Bharatiya Rashtriya Shakshik Mahasangh, and all the other partners. This is a very significant seminar which today and tomorrow is going to discuss on some of the very important points which we all are going to address in the coming academic years, because definitely as our speakers have also pointed out that most of, the policy itself tells that this is by some of the scholars present here. These apprehensions are something which are very natural, because when there is a major change which is being sought in any policy and in its implementation, there are apprehensions which are very natural. But I think the way the policy has been documented and the way the University Grant Commission and the Ministry is trying to address these concerns through the various documentations that they are coming out, I think all of us must take interest in downloading those documents. They are already there in the public domain. What we need to do is actually go through them, and that itself will give a lot of clarity to many of us. Indeed, the question as was put forth by some and also answered by our speakers was that the policy is actually one of the most, I think, the fundamental changes that this policy which has come, National Education Policy, which has come nearly after 3 decades, is addressing. First is that it puts confidence in the indigenous thought process of this nation. And I think that is one of the most areas. There were many commissions which sat down, like Justice Verma Commission, which talked about that how the teachers, they are giving a result of 99%, but the same teachers, when they sit for an evaluation exam that needed to be answered in school education as well as in higher education, that the policy is addressing. And of course, at the same time, it is also addressing the context of the present society and the challenges can actually move forward. So I think that, you know, as has a history where we have been civilizationally a knowledge society, any kind of a change in education is something which we should actually look forward to, rather than looking at it in an apprehensive manner. Because there are many answers which are within our system. Our Professor Thomas, who is almost 150 years ago, you know, he in his book had written that India is, you know, education is not exotic to India, because this is giving a lot of priority to education and sustaining it in its day-to-day life. And I think over the years, if today we are in a position to sit here and to contemplate and discuss and to critique what all existed and how we can improvise and overcome whatever the limitations of various education policies which were there. There was nothing wrong with these education policies. Like one of the gentlemen who asked the question, he raised this issue that the 85-86 education policy also had many positive aspects in it. Yes, indeed. In fact, I would like to put forth this point over here that the Honorable Governor had also mentioned in his address that the first University Education Commission, which was headed by none other than Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan, when he submitted this report way back in 1948, that report itself had said that India being an agrarian society, you know, it is very important that when we design the education system, and this was meant for higher education, the higher education system must keep this in mind that we are an agrarian economy, and even all our teaching aids, our pedagogy, everything need to keep this as a center point and design it in mind. And that document in 1948 said, noted and said that most of the higher education universities, they are teaching all their courses in English. And that is one of the biggest hindrance, that a large number of Indians are not able to go to higher. Somehow, a colonial mindset, persisted over decades, and we were not able to come out with our fixation, So now the point is that since a large number of points have already been covered by the speakers today, and so trying not to be repetitive, I want to put forth just a couple of points over here. One is that talked about the flex changes and holistic, and in the way the important for every university and every national education policy by 2035. So we still have many years. Gross enrollment ratio is at 27.1%. So moving from this to 50%, it definitely is a challenge. Large number of infrastructure. Is it feasible? Or is it that we need to innovate? Do we need to have to look at alternatives in which we may need not or include larger number of students into higher education? And I think here, because there are a couple of questions which came from the central government, both have to participate, and I think as education is a concurrent subject, and state being a larger teachers, lot of faculty development programs where one of the faculties mentioned economically, it's a backward region, but the policy, I would like to state, talks majorly about these aspects, because the Delhi University is achieving this. Maybe because of economic reasons, because even going to college every day, a student has to spend at least 300 to 400 rupees. Or there could be social reasons also. Now the university is using its infrastructure, its resources, which are spread across the NCT, the National Capital Region. And on weekends, when the regular college is off, at that time, on weekends, on Saturdays and Sundays, special classes are held for these girls. So it is basically for them going to college only for 2 days. But there they are being given, and asking faculties to teach these girls, and, whatever are the norms of UGC, payment is being done to them. So
at university is teaching these girls at nearly, 1/100th of that cost. So there could be very many such innovations which can be thought of, that how we can include students, basically youth, from those who belong to the SDEG group. Already late in the session. And I'll come to the gross enrollment rate. Eligible enrollment ratio. Now, eligible enrollment ratio is basically the number of students who pass out from, class 12th and enter into university education. Now, 60%, it is comparable to most of the developed nations. If you look at the EER of India and EER of the developed nations, both of them, they are comparable. But when it comes to gross enrollment ratio, in most of the developed nations, and if you look at the universal, worldwide average GER is 36% in higher education. Ours is 27.1%. So we are still below the average, right? So what it means is that the move forward, that the bringing in, parallel parameters in terms of credits, in terms of accreditation to the courses, whether all of them are going to be at par. Now that itself is going to give a lot of boost to students to join into higher education in the coming year. By this session, I would like to once again thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Gaurisha sir and Professor Rajendra Joshi and Madam Geeta Bhatt for giving in-depth deliberations and highlighting the impact of new educational policy and suitably answering the queries raised by our participants. So on behalf of the organization, I would like to request you to accept a small memento as a token of memory and respect. Can you please give a memento to Professor Bhatt? Please go ahead. Yeah, now Professor Gaurisha, please accept our memento. And Dr. Rajendra Joshi sir, please accept our memento. So once again, thank you sir for patiently addressing the gathering and sharing your views on the new educational policy. We end this session now and we take a
introduction of chairperson and other speakers by Ms. Meghana Rachana speaker. Okay? Yes. Sir, sir? Okay, okay, sir. Now, may I request Professor K.N. Satyanarayan Garu to proceed over the technical session.
Okay, good evening everyone. I understand this. Yeah. 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 So good evening, good afternoon everyone. So let's get settled down. I request everyone to settle down before we start. Yeah, please everyone take your seats, please. Okay. Okay. So, since we are running behind schedule, it's already 4:20. We were supposed to start the schedule at 3:45. So we are half an hour behind schedule, and 5:15 we're supposed to close this session. So what we'll do is, in the interest of finishing things on time and so on, we'll try to stick to the time of 5:15, so 1 hour, right? We'll have this session for about an hour. So welcome everyone for this session on catalyzing quality research and innovation in higher education institutions. As we know, the NEP has a strong emphasis that research should be an integral part of all academic activities in all institutions. Not necessarily every institution, but it should become, it should be done properly. And there are also a number of suggestions that are made. For example, creating the National Research, what is the full form? National Research Institution, and so on. So we have 3 speakers today. We have Professor Gurmeet Singh, who is the Vice Chancellor of Pondicherry University, and then we have Dr. Satish from Kerala and Dr. Shivanand Sindekera from Karnataka. So I will request each of the speakers to speak. I will save my comments to the end after, because of the interest, we are curtailing the session a little bit. After all the speakers speak, I will come up with my final comments. So I will request the first speaker, Professor Gurmeet Singh, to take over. He was introduced earlier also as Vice Chancellor of Pondicherry University. He's a renowned academic administrator and internationally reputed expert in the field of corrosion science and smart materials. And he started off his career as lecturer in Department of Chemistry at the University of Delhi. And then he rose to become a professor about 20 years ago. And he had a very illustrious career. He has been Vice Chancellor. You have taken over Vice Chancellor when? 2017. So he's been a Vice Chancellor at Pondicherry University since 2017. So without much delay, I request him to give his remarks on how do we catalyze quality research and innovation in higher education institutions for about 15 minutes, introductory remarks, and then we will go to the others. Thank you. Yeah, you would like to use that? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Satyanarayana, for a very kind introduction about me. When we talk about new education policy, often there is a question which is asked, have you read the document? And most of the persons will reply that no, we have not read it. It is a very voluminous document. Therefore, we don't find it very interesting to go through. Now, let me tell you, I have been highlighting wherever I get a chance to speak about this. All along, on many an occasion I have done it earlier as well. This is one of the best policy documents that probably could have come to us in the form of a new education policy. And whether you have read it or not, I am saying this for the attention of everybody who's attending and listening to me. I will give you, this is what I said earlier as well, I'll give you this in the capsule form. And if you have heard me, if you listen to me, you will never forget what is it about. The whole policy is divided into 3 main parts. The first part, which is not out of these 3, first part which is very important here is that this is for the first time ever since we became independent, that this highlights the importance in teaching in mother tongue. So far we have always been talking about that learning of English is very important. We force our kids to start thinking about and learning about and talking about in English. And everywhere the feeling goes that learning English is knowledge. I have been maintaining all along that if you want to have original ideas, which is very important in research, you have to have your original thinking, and that thinking cannot be very effective unless you start doing it in your mother tongue. And this is where we have been neglecting this so far, and this is the first policy which has categorically said that the formative year of a child would be in one's own mother tongue. After that, when one grows up, one would decide where to go and what to do. So this is the first salient feature of this. Then the three capsules which I am going to give it to you is, this is one policy which tells you about three aspects which are very important in any country's education policy. The first is learn to live, second is educate to empower, and third is teach to transform. These are the three major features which are there enshrined in this policy. Now, so far we never learnt of this. We have known, and you have also seen, that if somebody gets into a particular course, one is stuck into that forever, and you have no way to come out of it or to deviate to another course. Somebody who gets into maths will remain in that till the time we are through with that, or when you get into some job. So this is where this policy takes into account that you learn to leave. If you are not finding yourself convenient in a particular course, you can always leave that, go back, give up education for a while, you can settle your family, you earn enough money, come back to this whenever you feel like, whenever you feel convenient, and whenever you feel that that is not the subject for you, you need to change into something else. This is where this policy highlights that a person can choose a subject of one's liking when somebody's mind is mature enough to decide what is the best course for that person. So it teaches us when to leave, when to come back. That is, you have talked about multi-entry, multi-exit. I will highlight this during the course of whatever I'm talking about. The second part, which I said, it is teach to transform. We have been doing courses, we have been studying our syllabi, we have been passing exams, but that's about it. You become mechanical engineer without knowing anything about the mechanism of any vehicle, and if anything goes wrong, we have to run to the roadside mechanic, because mechanical engineer will not know the nitty-gritties of this. Same for any other profession, electrical engineer for that matter, or a computer engineer. One would not be able to fix any minor fault, and one would rush to the basic mechanic who will come and set things right for you. That has not been there in an earlier part of the education. This policy tells you that you are educating somebody to empower, so that he is on his own. One is on one's own. If one is doing diploma in lab technology, one would be able to set up one's own venture. This is a different part which only this policy has highlighted. So far it was not there. So far it was that you do your diploma and that's about it. What do I do after this? It was never there, but now you are going to be empowered after doing your diploma to get into your own career, to set up your own venture. The third important point here is going to be teach to transform. When I'm teaching, you should be able to deliver. When I'm teaching some subject and somebody is learning, one should be able to deliver. Without any delivery, I am doing MSc mathematics and coming out and not doing anything. It is of no use to the society. If somebody is doing some course and one is not able to do anything for this society, it is no good. That is why in this particular policy, apart from these three capsules which I have talked about, this tells you that anytime you feel you have got into the wrong career, you move out, think about what is best for you, come back again and start that particular part. And if you have a liking for certain subjects, there will be a variety of subjects to choose from. You can pick up any kind of subject that you have. And my friends, when we were discussing, they were telling how can a university is going to be having so many subjects related to the... This is a policy which widens up, which opens up the horizons for you, that there is something else beyond academics also, and you start thinking about what ventures one can get into. So far, this particular part wasn't there in our education system. Research to how best to implement. This is what we are debating here. Now, I have been saying that this policy not only need to be talking big, we need to actually put these things in practical uses. And for that, I have coined, NEP came in 2020. We organized South Zone's Vice Chancellor's Conference in our university in 2018 December. And that is where I said that if we need to progress faster, we start sharing our resources. And in 18 I coined this. I said, why should every university be paying that much for the library resources? Why should everybody be paying a lot of money for high-ended equipment? Why can't we share all this? Whatever my university has it, you will come and share. And if you do that, your university will be able to progress, your students will be able, and I have started saying ever since then that sharing is going to be one single factor which we all need to ponder over and think of how best we can go about it. Now, if my university doesn't have some subject and somebody opts for whatever one takes, along with that another subject, I will look into that what is my neighboring university has it. If they have that, I'll request them that you start teaching this. So subject sharing is going to be one. Library sharing is going to be another one. Why should every library be spending 30 crores every year for the e-resources and other research journals? We can all share through the modern means that we have, but that is where we need to remove our walls of watertight compartments, and we need to be very open that, well, I am having this, come and use this. And similarly, if I do not have some things that you are going to develop everything in your lab, it's not possible. In my own subject, chemistry, I've been talking about that biology is becoming very important, and everywhere, in addition to chemistry lab, there are chemical biology labs also. But does that mean that there is going to be a biology lab in all chemistry departments? No. You should be able to share this. I give this example that near my university, I have that's called JIPMER. Many of our faculty members have started doing collaborative work. They use their facilities and JIPMER people come and use our facilities. In fact, some of our computer facilities working with cardiologists there. So this is what is needed. And in every town, there are other institutes where the facilities are available, institutes are available. But we start looking beyond. We remove that mindset that this is my lab, this is my library. I am not going to permit anybody. This kind of a thinking is shed. We will never be able to implement this particular policy in a very successful way. One of the key requirements of this is that wide choice of subjects, which will be open to a student, wide subjects, wide research areas. It will be strengthened if we start sharing our resources. And once that is done, I can involve anybody else from other subjects to improve the quality of research, which is one of the thirst areas that we have in our session today. It will become far better, far more convenient, far easier if we start sharing this. And this is one particular concept which we all need to remember, that for NEP to be successful, if this is set in right motion, if we start thinking to do in this line, you will find things will automatically improve. Now, once we think on this, there will be skill-based courses which people would be designing. It is not that I only will design and then I will not share it with anybody. If I have designed something, I should be able to tell everybody, these are the skill-based courses in my university. Others should be able to see that. If somebody else has it, I should be able to see those. So if these skill-based courses are designed, which will result out of this sharing business, you will find that employability of our graduates or our diploma holders will automatically improve. This policy tells you very clearly that when you join a course, if you are not very convenient with this, and if you find that after 1 year of study, you are able to set up your own venture, come out. After you will be given a diploma degree and you set up your own venture. By the time you will snail like to the final year, you would have improved a lot in your own business venture. So after first year you can do this, do another one, take an advanced diploma or take a BA degree or pass degree or an honors degree if you are lucky enough to, good enough to go on further, or yet another 1 year and you can have master's degree as well. But the key feature here is that at any stage, if you feel you are going to be on your own and you will be able to have your own venture, I think it will help you, it will help your family, it will help your society as well. That question which we often ask, sir, what am I going to do after my graduation? Please advise. Rather than that, when you start you open your own venture, you will start employing people, and instead of becoming a job taker, you will become a job giver. And this is going to be ultimately the success feature of this policy. When we were discussing in the last session, which was on meeting the minds or mind meets. Some people raise this question: how are you going to decide who is going to take how many kinds of courses? Are we going to cater this? Are we going to cater to every student's needs? And somebody suggested that there should be a basket of courses. Well, we will not be able to decide straight away what kind of courses are going to be there in that basket. With experience, when we are into this policy for about a year or so, we'll be able to get a data that what kind of courses people are requesting for, and that will enable you to decide what kind of a basket should be there, and ultimately you'll be able to put it to that. In short, what I'm trying to tell you is that if you get into this, what I've suggested, things are not going to be very difficult. A group can be formed, data can be collected, study can be carried out, that where exactly what can be looked into and what can cater to our needs. So if that is done, I think there can be no other better document than the one which has come here, NEP 2020. It is going to be a wonderful document, starts with original thinking and helps ultimately in the employability of a student in the best possible manner as you advance into your own courses. And that question of our gross enrollment ratio, our employability, everything would be addressed into, provided we seriously look into this and think about what best can be done about implementing this particular one. Question was asked that what about if somebody is in a remote college? Let me tell you, hats off to our IT experts that they have during the COVID enabled us to connect with one another, and we have started leading almost a normal life. So even that remote college can also get connected through the IT advancement and can have the benefit of wherever one university or college is where they want to share the resources. So this key word, if you keep it in mind, I am sure we are not going to look back that we had this system which we should have followed. It is going to drag us back. It is not. It is a wonderful document. And in our own university, somebody asked me, what have you done? We have started some integrated courses where we have allowed them to come out after 3 years with a BSc degree. And if somebody is not doing very well, he comes out. If somebody does very well, he completes the degree. So this part we have already started in about 11 different disciplines. More we are going to add, and we are going to add some skill-based courses also which are being prepared. So one should be always forward-looking. One should be encouraged that here is a policy which if adopted properly, our country is in for a good thing, and our society in and around will be benefiting a lot. Thank you so very much, Chairman, for giving me the right amount of time which I needed. And if there is anything, we can conclude later. Thank you very much for hearing me out.
Thank you, Professor Gurpreet Singh. As I told you, I will put together everything towards the end. So now I request Dr. C.P. Satish to take the mic and give his thoughts. He comes from a different background. Professor Gurpreet Singh was from a chemistry science background. Dr. Satish is an associate professor and head of the PG Department of English at Sri Narayana College in Kannur. He has over 26 years of college teaching experience. He has earned his MPhil degree from Pondicherry University and PhD from University of Calicut. And he is currently the General Secretary of Unnata Vidyabhyasa Adhyapaka Sangam, UVAS, Kerala State Unit. Over to you, Dr. Satish.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Professor Satyanarayana, on the chair.
Yeah.
Distinguished fellow panelists, Professor Gurmeet Singh, Dr. Shivanand Ji, teacher, friends, educationists, students, good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I extend my gratitude on behalf of Unnata Vidyabhyasa Adhyapaka Sangam, which is the state unit of ABRSM in Kerala. We have been given an opportunity to speak in this very, very important seminar, a topic catalyzing quality research and innovation in higher education institutions. As all of us know, it has been 34 years since 34 years have elapsed since the last education policy. And if we take a look back into the 34 or 40 years of world and India, what has happened, we understand that the world has witnessed tremendous changes. In fact, changes which completely transform the lives of people in the world and in the country. You can take the emergence of liberalization or globalization. You can take the rapid technological advancements in communication technology, the spread of computer and internet technology, online education. On the negative side, you have climate change, rise of terrorism, or maybe on the, to put it, a very important point, maybe the fall of a very prominent ideology in 90s, which is certainly communist regime, fall of communist countries in many, many parts of the world. So what we witness is a tremendous change over the past 40 years. And why I am bringing out this is because this change is almost equivalent to the change that has happened to the world in the last 500 years. Maybe if you take the introduction of printing press into England in the late 15th century, and you take the 500 years after that, you take all the scientific inventions, technological advancements, industrial revolution, everything, I think that 500 years is equivalent to, or rather that the last 40 years is equivalent to the 500 years before that. So the question that I would put forward to everybody gathered here as educationists and teachers is that how much we have been able to contribute as a nation, or rather our student community have been able to contribute to the tremendous growth in science, technology, communication, in all spheres of activity. Maybe we may not talk about the negative side like terrorism or climate change, but definitely on the positive side, we have hardly made any contribution. You can take the case of smartphone, you can take the case of rise of social media. We have been just followers. I mean, we have a huge market, so we matter. But otherwise, we don't matter in any way in our inventions or maybe technological advancement or any such things. So this is something to be thought about. Now that the central government has brought in a new education policy in 2020, and now since the last 2 years we have been talking about the policy. Now for the last 2-3 months, I think organizations like ABRSM, which is headed by Professor Singhal and other people who are sitting here in the first row, I think we have taken the lead in conducting discussions nationwide as to how to implement new education policy. So this is going to be a big problem, or maybe a big task for all of us, as Professor Gurmeet mentioned. And our task should be to take forward India as a nation that matters in the next 40 or 50 years of rapid change. We are sure that we don't have to wait for another 400 or 500 years to witness rapid changes. It would happen in 40 or 50 years. And we have a huge possibility in the form of what we can say as our demographic dividend, or what we can call as people in India would be aged below, I think 60% of the population would be aged below 50 years, up to 2045 or maybe up to 50. So this is a huge pool of resources, and we should not let them down as teachers and educationists. We should be able to provide, or we should be able to realize, manifest what has been said in the new education policy. I think manifestation part is going to be the big task. It's not an easy thing. It's a very, very big task, and there are a lot of issues involved in it. First issue definitely is equipping our teachers. You know, it's not an easy thing. We all know how good we are, how bad we are. Okay, so we should make a lot of introspection, and we should constantly train ourselves, and maybe we should develop our children to such a thing that we could stand at par with other advanced nations. Now, as far as the quantity is concerned, I think only USA and China have more number of colleges or more number of universities than India. India boasts of having some, I think 500 universities or 700 universities and some 40,000 colleges, which is definitely a huge number. So we don't have to look, we don't have to increase or enhance the number of institutions, which would be a big mistake that we would be committing. I think the emphasis should be on, as many speakers have mentioned, the emphasis should definitely be on improving the quality. So the the question of improving the quality of education, quality of research. Research happens to be a very, very important thing. Until now, we have been taught that UGC had the motto, or UGC have given out the policy that as far as higher education is concerned, I think teaching, research and extension had been given equal importance, maybe 33% apiece. But many of us have failed in the last two aspects of it, maybe in the research aspect and in the extension aspect. We have been just teaching, and teaching. And research have not been given the importance that it deserved, actually. This is several reasons. Earlier, if it was institutional bureaucracy, which is a big hurdle, even now there are universities. I'm coming from Kerala, so I know about our universities where mostly the bureaucracy, or rather the university assistants and up to assistant registrar, such people control the way research work is being done in universities. In my university, it so happened that one PhD student's thesis had been held up for 2 years. And the reason given out was that at least 3 years should elapse between the completion of PhD, submission of PhD and the award of PhD. So such kind of bureaucratic mindset, actually, this is the kind of trade unionism that is happening in our universities. So this should be curtailed, and there should be complete academic autonomy for the teachers, the researchers, the research guides. This is a very important issue. And of course, another big hurdle nowadays is that of API. Teachers and professors are running madly behind. There's a mad rush for gaining points and getting promotion. And if you're bound to get promotion as a professor before completing 15 years of service in a college or university, you don't have nothing much to look up. Okay, you don't have to go up the ladder. You're already at the top of your ladder as far as your promotion is concerned. I think that was an erroneous move on the part of UGSC to grant professorship after being just associate professor for 3 years. So these are certain very, very debilitating kind of reforms. Maybe we should all make an introspection into such things. And of course, there is a big mismatch between the research that is happening in the universities and definitely the outer world, the real world. So there is no match between the research and real world. We don't bring out any products. We don't innovate. We don't take patents. Even our age-old products or herbs have been taken patent by maybe Western countries. Of course, I don't want to prolong my speech, as the chair has given me just 15 minutes. I would just mention from literature and languages, I would like to mention 1 or 2%. Our academic world, especially maybe our science teachers, our technology teachers, they have a very, very clearly spelled out indifference towards popular culture, which includes films, sports, or anything that comes under the rubric of popular culture. We have never done any serious research on sports and games, but I've done my PhD on American sports literature, and I find that hundreds of novels have been written about American sports like baseball and basketball and all, and many universities are doing a lot of serious research on sports. Recently at Kasaragod Central University, I had an opportunity to talk about Indian knowledge system. under which comes martial arts. None of our universities of college or colleges teaches anything like martial arts. We have a long, long tradition of martial arts, maybe thousands of years. Kerala has got Kalaripayattu, Tamil Nadu has got Silambam, Manipur has got Tangta, but nowhere it is taught, nowhere it is considered as a serious academic subject. But you know, in Cardiff University, just 4 years, 5 years back, they established a martial arts study and research center. And England does not have any kind of history or past achievements in martial arts. The world, many parts of the world is taking up such a thing. Okay, I'll just wind up by mentioning 2 anecdotes. One of this is definitely about martial arts. One of my senior colleagues who happened to do research on, who wanted to do research on martial arts, approached a history teacher, history professor. And that history professor told him that what on earth are you going to do with martial arts in this 21st century? Okay, that was at the end of 20th century. In 20th century, when missiles and surface-to-surface missiles and all kinds of technologically advanced weaponry matter. No, that research guide hardly knew anything about martial arts and how martial arts could enter into various other fields of social sciences, like say anthropology, sociology, or rather philosophy, okay, hagiography. So it could penetrate into a lot of multidisciplinary topics. But the research guide, she just, put him down by objecting to such a topic of research. And ultimately that person could do research on Kalaripayattu, and he happens to be the first person who has done a PhD on Indian martial arts. And another anecdote is that, it is not an anecdote, actually it's an experience of one of my students actually, not students, I should say one of the teachers who I know in my vicinity. This is something to do with the system, the degenerate system through which students and teachers come out. A certain teacher had passed JRF in English literature, but she had been unable to clear the coursework in English literature even after 2-3 attempts, because her English was quite faulty. And how did she manage to get past the UGC NET examination with JRF? Such questions should be posed by us educators, and we should definitely look towards quality control and quality enhancement. This is what I have to say about when we are about to establish national research framework or foundation as mentioned by NEP 2020. So we have to give a lot of emphasis on quality, and we have to develop a research ecosystem in our universities and colleges. With these very few words, I would like to thank you all once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Satish, for giving a different perspective on this. The next speaker, Dr. Shivanand Shindankera. He is a senior lecturer and chairman, Department of Electronics, Maharaja Government PU College, Mysuru, Karnataka. He has about 30 years of teaching experience. He has served 8 years as NSS officer and 5 years as special officer on duty to the Honorable Chairman, Karnataka Legislative Council. He is an expert member in the National Focus Group for the preparation of NCF 2022 with respect to NEP 2020. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Chairman of this session, Professor Satyanarayan sir, he is a director of IIT. One of the speaker in the session, Honorable Gurmeet Singh ji, Vice Chancellor, Pondicherry University, Dr. P. Satish, he is a General Secretary of UAS, Kerala, and the dignitaries present in this session, and the scholars, professors, students who came from across the country. So this is a land of Lord Balaji. We call it as a Punya Bhumi. So
So the very important seminar is conducted by, it's a co-sponsoring nearly 12 organizations. Akhil Bharatiya Rashtriya Saikshik Mahasangh has brought all the important organization of higher education. As we were discussing in the earlier meeting, sharing of the information, sharing of the knowledge, sharing of the experience, sharing of the resources. So now, through the ABRSM, we are showing that the people who are working in the different higher education institution, they brought one umbrella, into one umbrella. See, this shows the beauty of NEP 2020. So we have to go forward like this. As earlier speaker mentioned, after 34 years of the NEP, the NEP 2020 has came, India's centric, Bharat centric, and it is based on values. So we are seeing that the eradication of values. So in the last 30 years, as I put too much deterioration in the field of education, whether it is imparting, research, and so many things. I am not telling everything is collapsed, but cities like NITs and some of the even state universities, they are doing wonderful job. But that is not sufficient, because the name of India around the world, it is a knowledge-based society. The people who lived according to nature. So, the NEP 2020 are thinking about the opportunities and national. See, government has given, has to be done. In the inaugural session, some professor has told, we are doing research for the sake of degree, getting the PhD, because professor has a guideship and student is doing the degree and he is getting the PhD. But it is a not good thing, because if some research has been done, then it should be very useful for the society, it is very useful for the mankind, and from that it is something should be applicable for in some field. So that is very, very important. So then it is very important that the quality should not be compromised while doing the research. So the present NEP 2020, it is saying that the quality research work has to be done. See, in our country, our forefathers, they worked in all the fields. Their expertise in all the fields. I am giving two examples here. I am not taking much time. You know, one person from England, he came to India. His name is Albert Howard. He is a botanist. He is an agricultural scientist. He lived 20 years in India. So he came to India. So in his mind, there is a thought that in India, the agriculture system is collapsed completely. They are not plowing properly. They are not growing properly. And they are not growing whatever they required, the seeds, the pulses, according to the population of the country. So they are in the dire, they are in the India. He went to the middle Bharat, Madhya Bharat, Indore, the surrounding area. Then he traveled across the so many places and he keenly observed. And he wondered that, and he noted everything. And he has written one book called Agricultural Testament in 1920. So that book he said, for what purpose I came to India, that is failed. Because the people who lived in India and whatever the agriculture they are doing, it is throughout the centuries they are doing, and they are proper agriculture doing, they are organic farming without using any chemical fertilizers, without any using pesticides. They are growing wonderful plants, pulses, and it is very healthy. So in that field I failed. See, in last 40 years what happened? We are now much depend on the pesticides, much depend on the fertilizers. Now once again we are thinking that we have to go towards organic farming. So that Albert Howard has said, so see the field is very wide. We can do so many things. The person who is working in the field, he is not studied even 10th class, he know when has to be plown, when has to be, the seed has put into the field, and what type of problem has came to that crop. So this is not there in education, our education, whether it is higher education. So many agriculture universities are there in India. There is a ICR is there. Because I am from the agriculture background family, I am closely watching the agriculture activities. So in every field India has achieved its model. There is a model. If you take science, if you take metallurgy, if you take medicine, if you take yoga, now the whole world is accepting yoga. You know, recently Padma awards are given. One person from Varanasi, Swami Sivananda, he is 125 years old, without any ailment, without any health problem. He is very much active and he is still doing yoga, and he is still giving training to the so many peoples to learn yoga. See, through the yoga, we can have a health. So in that field, we can do so much research. Without much costing, we can keep our health very properly. So like that, so many fields are there. Actually, we have put our, there is something like a horse, we tell no? For the horse eyes, we have put some covering. There is no wide thinking about what is there. See, once Abdul Kalam in his class, when he is studying as a student, his professor has given a lecture, how our Indian mathematicians has contributed to the world. Even till today, we remember the 0 to 9, the decimal number system, that is Arabic, Hindu-Arabic system we are telling now. It is our Indian treasure, Indian knowledge, mathematics. Vara Mihira has given that decimal number system. The whole world is in dire state. They are using Roman numbers, some other number systems. But our India in mathematics progressed a lot. So Albert Einstein has told, so if mathematics from India is a much contribution to the field of science, for that purpose only the science has been advanced. See, in every field India has achieved its highest level, but we have forgotten that one. So now we have to bring that one back through the NEP 2020 by doing research in different fields. So that NEP 2020 has given the lot of opportunities doing all those things. So I request all of my friends here who are scholars, who are doing research, the professors, I am very much humbly requesting, please, we think widely, we should think widely, because you are working in very distinguished institutions, because the honorable people who are present here, their mind is very much open that the power of NEP they have identified, sharing knowledge, sharing resources, sharing experiences, sharing infrastructure, everything. So the whole India should become one under this NEP 2020. So I am not taking much time now. See, as I think this NEP 2020 has given okay, so taking this opportunity to present my views on the present subject. So I thank you one and all for the, I thank all the organization, I thank Dayas, Namaskar.
Thank you, Dr. Shivanand. So we had three speakers. We started off with Professor Gurbit Singh. And for those of you who have not read the NEP 2020, he tried to put the whole thing in a capsule of 3 points that he brought forward in terms of teaching in mother tongue, flexibility, choosing to take a subject of your liking, flexibility to change course. You know, the Indian way of teaching currently, we are so rigid that if a student gets into a particular program, and then even if they don't like it, they have to go through the program to get the degree. I have, being from IIT Madras, which used to send a lot of students abroad, almost 70% of the class used to go abroad for a master's immediately after the BTech. So all my classmates, kids, of course, the trend is changed. I request the people to note that today it's only 10% of the students from IIT Madras go abroad. Still, people think everyone goes abroad. Okay, it used to be 70%, today it's down to 10%, because a lot more opportunities in the country that the people see and so on. So I've been watching my friends' kids in US, what they're doing. Many of them, by the time they graduated, they've changed their major about 3 times. Okay, they will start off with engineering, then go into economics, finally they get their degree in computer science. Okay, that's the kind of flexibility that system has, which I think the NEP 2020 is trying to bring in, because most kids, I know, for example, in the IIT system, most kids come in, they take the branch based on what everyone else took before. Last year, first ranker, what he took, so I should take the same thing. Rather than, do I have an interest in that particular topic? Is it my passion to study that topic? Right? So we need to, but then the problem is once you get into a branch and this thing, you're stuck. 4 years, you have to go through it and complete it and get the degree somehow. And you don't even have an option of dropout and going into something else, which the NEP is trying to address, saying that if you don't like it, get out at the appropriate time and go do a different course. If you want to take a break, go do something else and come back, right? We have so much restriction on age, when you can start your, get into a particular program, all these things. I think we need to become much more flexible in that. So flexibility of choosing a subject, flexibility of exit and entry. and then teaching to transform. Anyway, that's what he... The other topic of innovation that was talked about was supposed to be a thing to be talked about by the speakers. You know, things are changing so fast. And he talked about starting of ventures and entrepreneurship and so on, which is a big thing now. Startup ecosystems across various institutions. You know, my home institute, IIT Madras, has one of the most vibrant startup ecosystems in the country. I was there at a meet last week, and every year, right now, IIT Madras has about 70 to 80 companies that are starting up every year out of the institute, and the target is to take it to by 2030 to about 500 companies a year coming out of the institute. Now that is the kind of change that is coming about. People are talking about taking their ideas, disruption. The technology is changing so fast, there's so much disruption, and this people saying we will, you know, we don't need to look at this big corporates only to do things. We can, you know, take things forward and start up with. I myself had the opportunity to mentor about 3 of these startups. So there is a lot of talk today about how do we bring in this culture of innovation in the institutions and incubation centers and so on. So there's a lot of push from the government, from various ministries. For example, MeitY has a major scheme for enabling startup ecosystem. The various ministries and also the various institutions have started this. Then Dr. Satish talked about the opportunities and challenges and the vast changes that are happening in the last 40 years compared to the previous years. The rate of progress has been so fast. And then in this big change that's happening in terms of technology and so on, what has we as a country, we as academic institutions, and we as students and faculty been able to contribute? And highlighting the point that mostly we've been followers rather than people who are bringing up big innovative changes across the world. So what are we going to implement in terms of manifestation? And then how do we equip our teachers to take forward research in this institution? And he also highlighted the point of, I think we have adequate institutions in the country. What we need to do is now improve the quality of these institutions rather than the number of institutions. Of course, my favorite theme has been within the existing institutions, how to grow them to be larger institutions instead of starting more institutions. And he has also talked about the need for decreasing the bureaucratic control on how research is done in academic institutions. And recently there's been, I've been seeing articles on, like we have ease of doing business. There is this thing on ease of doing research. Now DST is talking about ease of doing research. So they're talking about how do we give more powers to the researchers, enable funding. You know, very often you get a project and March 30th is the deadline, you get funding on March 1st week. And you're supposed to close the project by March 30th. So these are the kinds of situations where they're trying to address this issue seriously to take care of that. And the mismatch between the research that is often done and and what is actually happening in the academic institutions. And the point that he brought out is in the humanities areas about the lack of breadth of the research, and in many areas of popular culture, how there's not adequate research. And he brought the example of sports. A lot of sports-related research that's happened, for example, in the US, and his own research was in that area. And very nicely he brought out the fact that there are so much opportunity, for example, martial arts, which have a very strong founding in India. You know, how these have not been adequately researched properly. So there is an opportunity for this. And because this has, and looking at this from an interdisciplinary perspective, from the perspective of sociology, anthropology, and then the actual arts, their health benefits and how they evolve. There's so much opportunity for research. And today, one of the big areas from a digital communities is digital digital humanities, sorry, from like image processing to read text and how to translate, all this comes under digital humanities. And it's a very hot area today, digital. So people who know humanities, strong foundation in humanities, also have an exposure in computer science, unrelated topics. Then Dr. Shivanand talked about briefly about the National Research Foundation and how India already has achieved many things earlier, and what we need to do is really bring these things out, because there's been already a lot of progress. We need to do research in yoga and the old ways of farming, which are more sustainable than the current ways of using large pesticides and water and so on. So we covered a wide range of topics, and so I'd like to, in the interest of time, like to wrap up this session with my final comments, saying that the need for bringing the research culture in various institutions. Not every institution needs to be taking up research. There are certain institutions which may specialize in teaching, okay? But at a university level, I think research has to be given impetus, and we need to create a very strong enabling environment for that, both at a national level, at an institutional level, and also this also requires a lot of training of the teachers to take up these kinds of topics. And there are a lot of interesting topics to be studied, both from the Indian knowledge system context also. In fact, here in Tirupati, IIT Tirupati, ISA Tirupati, and National Sanskrit University has been discussing about taking up research in the Indian knowledge systems area, bringing them together and identifying topics and working on that. So with that, thank you very much for your patient listening, and we don't have time for question and answers because of the time, because the next session is supposed to start at 5:15. We're at 5:20. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Oh. I extend my sincere thanks to the chairperson and other speakers for the most productive and informative session. Now I would like to request you to all to accept our small token of gratitude. Professor K.N. Satyanarayana, Director, IIT Tirupati. I request you, sir, please. Thank you so much, sir. Now, Professor Gurmeet Singh, Vice Chancellor, Pondicherry University. Dr. Satish, ABRSM, Kerala. Thank you, sir. Next, Shivanand Sindekar, ABRSM, Karnataka. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable information on NEP 2020. Thank you for silence.
Good evening, everybody. Now, third session will start. So this is very, very important regarding the NEP 2020. So the topic is special lecture on occasion of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, reconstruction of Bharat through rejuvenation of education. Here, Chairperson Professor B.J. Rao and his team. Please wait for the third session. Thank you very much. ఇప్పుడు వచ్చాయి సార్ ఫ్రెష్గా వాటర్ బాటిల్స్ 4 మెంబర్స్ 4 వాటర్ బాటిల్స్
Yes, good evening, everyone. I extend my warm welcome to you all for the technical session 3. Please join me in welcoming the chairperson of technical session 3, Professor B.J. Rao Garu, the Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad, onto the dais. I request Professor B.J. Rao Garu to occupy his chair. Yes. Yes. Now I request Sri Mukundji, New Delhi, to come on to the dais and occupy his chair. Now I would like to request Sri Mahendra Kapoorji, ABRSM New Delhi, to come on to the dais and occupy his chair. Now I may request Professor Kishan, Osmania University, ABRSM, to come on to the dais and occupy the chair.
Now I would like to request Professor B.J. Rao Garu to preside over the technical section 3. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity of chairing this session. Firstly, I want to welcome Sri Mukundji, Sri Mahendra Kapoorji, and Professor Kishan Garu for occupying their chairs on the dais and then being part of this very, very important session. The session titles as Reconstruction of Bharat through Rejuvenation of Education. It's one of the most profound titles. There are three very, very important words in this title. Reconstruction, Bharat, rejuvenation, and of course education. So tying up all these very, very important expressions together into a theme and elaborating the meaning, the essence, and the way to reach there is a very important session that we are part of today now. I will be very, very brief because we are all here to hear three eminent speakers. The only point I really want to make in this gathering is that NEP 2020 offers the beginning of rejuvenation of India in the true sense within the realm of education. So far, for the last 75 years, we have acquired information in our system. We have really not begun the journey of real education. And when the real education begins, the journey of real education begins, reconstruction and rejuvenation of Bharat are imminent. And that's the entire purpose of doing this NEP 2020, the way it is documented and the way it is envisaged and the way it will be practiced. So therefore, I welcome all the three eminent speakers for this session, and I'll come back here towards the end summarizing their thoughts. Thank you very much. I request all of you to please settle down. All of you please settle down. We are going to begin a very interesting session. Thank you very much. I will now request Mukundji to share his views on this topic, reconstruction of Bharat through rejuvenation of education. Mukundji Garu.
Actually, Sri Mahendra Kapoorji was supposed to speak, but I am taking his turn and I am speaking. It's very wonderful to be here among all this Akhil Bharatiya Rashtriya Shekshik Mahasangh program. As chairperson of this session, Sri B.J. Rao said, it's a very important topic to be discussed here, because the whole purpose of education is to create a new generation, future generation. And if we keenly observe the system of education, the pillar is the Guru. And this organization is of teachers or gurus. So to have a session like this on this occasion is natural and also very important. All the dignitaries on the dais and my friends, I will try to deal with this subject in a very crisp way as soon as possible as Mr. B.J. Rao said. There are 4 words: reconstruction, Bharat, education and rejuvenation. Also, as he referred, this new education policy has given a wonderful opportunity for us as a nation to rebuild not only the system of education but also other systems which are which all can grow based on the system of education. For a nation or for a society, types of transformations are very much needed. One is the change in the system, systemic change. Another would be the societal change. Many times the line between these two transformations, the systemic transformation and the societal change, is very blurred. But those who can analyze or observe can make distinguish. What is a system? We are all sitting here as part of education system. We are running our colleges, we are teaching, we are running our universities. For a society, the system of education is very political system, the system of governance. Every society in this world exists upon some systems which will run, which will strengthen that society. This is the history of humankind. So any society which aspires to be a good society has to depend upon its good systems, whether it is education or political or religious systems or financial system, economy. These are the systems which are to be strengthened, or institutions which are to be strengthened, on which the whole society and the members of the society can aspire to become wealthy or well educated or can have a good life. But there is another transformation, change which is needed for a society, that is societal change. The change in the mindset, samajik parivartan. In a community, in a village, in a locality of a city, or as a whole nation, the society where it lives, it will have a mindset that has to be changed. For a nation to become prosper, for a society to reach its glory, both should happen. Systemic change, systemic transformation, and also societal transformation. In that sense also, education system is the backbone of a society. The systemic change which has to be brought in education is very important, not only for the present generation but also for the future generations. In that way, the national education policy which is in making in our country after these 75 years of independence is a very important. Today we are all in the 75th year colonial rule. Prime Minister at that time, he expressed his views from the Red Fort. It became a very famous speech, the tryst with destiny. He said, long years back we made a tryst with destiny. And a moment comes, very rarely in the history, when we step out from old into new. When an age ends and soul of a nation finds its utterance. The last sentence, the soul of a nation finds its utterance, was very important, because as a nation, since 2000 years, we were under attack. We have been colonized. Our systems have collapsed. Our society was under stress. We lost so many, not only lives, we lost so many values. So become a independent nation, it was very important. So when he said, soul of a nation finds its utterance, soul ko hum to atma bolte hain. When a atma of a nation finds its utterance, it's very important moment for our nation. And as we celebrate our 75th year, when we look back, yes, we have gained so many things, we have achieved so many things, but there are so many challenges also. Whether our soul has found its utterance truly or not, still a question. Because though we got independence, though people changed at the hem, whether at the governance, whether at the administration, whether at the political top leaders, yes, we changed that. But whether our system is changed or not is a question mark. Whether our society's mindset has changed is not, is still a question. It's a challenge which we, our generation, has to look upon and make our efforts to transform the societal change and also the systemic change. So if a soul of a nation, if it has to find its utterance, then these both are very much needed. The systemic change and also the societal change. In this backdrop, if we think of reconstructing our nation or reconstructing Bharat, I think it's a huge task, but could be achieved, because though 75 years back, we have not truly found our soul. Today, when we see our society, we can observe again our young minds, creative minds, our important key leaders of the society, they are truly thinking in a Bharatiya way. Though it was not achieved 75 years ago, today we are at the stage, at a moment where we can think of achieving it. So I will try to point out 2-3 things which I think very much important to bring in a change for a society, as a nation, for us all. One thing is, what is reconstruction of Bharat? About 2-3 years back, a well-known thinker and a good writer by name Ian Morris, he brought out 2 books. The first book was Why West Rules Now Also. Why West Rules Now Also. Today also, the idea of West is ruling the world, even in our nation also, in our Bharat also. The Second book he wrote was Measures of Civilization. Measures of Civilization is a book where he simply put the data which he collected for the first book, Why West Rules Now Also. When we think of reconstructing our nation, one of his sentences which he wrote in his first book is, I think it is very important. He says, if a society has to prosper, if a society has to find its glory, what is its measure? He says, very simply in a sentence, that society's ability to do things which it thinks proper. As a society, if it can achieve what it thinks proper, that ability of the society, it resolves what it thought 75 years ago, is it doing today? What it thought 75 years ago, was it truly Bharatiya or not? And do society today has its ability to achieve it? When we think of it, when we think of reconstructing Bharat, I think there is a long way where we should go to achieve this ability to do things in the world which we think is proper and right. Till now our society, though it has gained so much, though it has achieved so much, though it has faced so many challenges and came out of it, still which we think are proper or right. In that way, education system should create people who can lead our society, who are our future leaders, who will make our society so that it will have an ability to do things in this world which it thinks proper and needed for us. Many times when we think of education, people think it's only schooling. In the national education policy, though also they have the members of that committee, they have wrote down how education is different from schooling, not in the same words which I am saying, but they have tried to draw a line between the education and schooling. But still, many in our society and also in the world think that schooling equals to education. But if we have to reconstruct our Bharat, we have to draw a line. Yes, schooling is needed. Schooling is very much important. Whether it is from kindergarten to PhD level, we need a system. But it should be independent of education. Education is more than it. As famous thinker Mark Twain said, he was very jokingly said, I never allowed my schooling to interfere with my education, he said. I never allowed my schooling to interfere with my education. What it is meant by? Education is not only 9 to 5 hours of period, or 40 minutes, 1 hour period, or syllabus, or bells and prayers. Education is more than it. Not only schools will provide education, not only college will provide education, the community will also provide education for a child. The family will also provide education for a child in its own way. If we think in that way, as a society, when we think of reconstructing Bharat, are we imbibing values through community, through society, through family, and also through schooling, which are needed for our future generation? Yes, our national education, new education policy has described very well, and it, as our BJ sir said, It has tried to put right things at right place in its effort to make our education system more vibrant. But as a society, when we think, not only schooling or not only 9 to 5 classes can educate our future generation. Our community should also educate the ecosystem where the child grows. It can also teach the family values, the family system or the family environment where that child grows. That will also educate that student. In that way, as a society, when we think of we should reconstruct in a Bharatiya way or reconstruct our Bharat, not only the system from first standard to fourth graduation year, as a society, as a community and also as a family, we have to think about why or where we are teaching and how we are teaching our children or our future generation. The values which are needed to reconstruct Bharat cannot be only given between 9 to 5 hours or through new education policy. Yes, new education policy is national education policy is very much needed and very much important. It has been done in a proper, excellent way. But to create a generation which can lead our society, our nation in the future, we need more than it, what I think. So we need people, or men or women, who can lead and who should lead our society in this 21st century to its glory. An English poet properly wrote a poem where he said, for a society, for a nation, if it has to achieve its glory, it needs men. Which type of men? He writes very beautifully. Wanted men, and he writes, what are not needed. He negates what are not needed. Wanted men, not the system fit and wise, not the faith with rigid eyes, not the wealth in mountain piles, not the power with gracious smiles, not even the potent pen, but wanted men. Men means women also. For a nation, these are all things. System, whether it is political or administrative or governing system, it is needed. Wealth is needed. Power is also needed. Intellectualism is also needed. But if people are, as a society, if there are no men and women who can properly use all these good things in a proper way, if there is wealth in mountain piles, then also we will fight. If the system, it could be drawn with perfection, 100% perfect system or a constitution, that will also fail. As a society, as a nation, if we have to prosper, we have to have men and women who can use all these things to build or reconstruct. As today's topic says, if we have to reconstruct Bharat, we need people, men and women, who can use all these things for our prosperity. So education should create such type of men and women. Then only we can reconstruct Bharat. And second thing is, many times people are confused. When we say Bharat and India, there are two words. Whether it is fortunate or unfortunate, we have in our constitution that Bharat, that is India. India, that is Bharat. No person will have two names. That is, we will have our pet names and all those things, but any nation will not translate its nomenclature into another language. So, but our nation, our forefathers have translated it. Bharat, that is India. India, that is Bharat. Okay. But when we say Bharatiya, as I said 75 years back, when our first Prime Minister said, a nation should find it, a soul should find its utterance. Soul of a nation should find its utterance. You should have found Bharatiya utterance. Unfortunately, I would say from this dais, we are not fully Bharatiya today also. Though I am speaking Bharatiya thoughts, I have to depend upon an aligned tongue of English. Because all these 75 years, we still have not decolonized our minds and our actions. We still, as Ian Morris said, why West rules now also. That is the idea of West, idea of British, still rules us. So to become Bharatiya, we have to make so much. If I have to experience my Bharatiya Drushti, Bharatiya view, Bharatiya way, I have to come out of this colonial mindset and I have to stand far away and see to it. That has to happen in education system is a very great challenge, good to be faced by all of us as gurus. There are so many definitions. I will not go into definition of what is Bharatiya or what is India. One simple one which I read about 2 months back. He thinking or Bharatiya way of thinking. He said the whole Western system is system centric and Bharatiya way of thinking is community centric. This is the main difference. What is system centric and what is community centric? In Western or colonial or British way of thinking, everything should be checked, measured, testified upon the system. If the system accepts it, then it's good. But Bharatiya way of thinking says that we should be community centric. We should observe. We should feel how community feels, how community thinks. All our, whether it is education, whether it is religious practices, whether it is governance, whether it is administration, whether it is other systems which run the society, all should be dependent on the feeling of the community. This is very much needed. When we think of the Bharatiya way of thinking is lacking in all our ongoings of our society. That I would say. Because, as I said, still we go through the colonial mindset. Still we argue for Aryan invasion theory. Still our textbook says that Darwin theory is best. Yes, it may have scientific arguments, but our standpoint, if we see from Bharatiya Drushti, Bharatiya way, we have our own system of thinking. For example, the whole world thinks that survival of the fittest, because they think that system will make those who survive the system, they should be fit. So survival of the fittest. But what Bharatiya Rishi Munis or our Sanatana values thought? Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvam Kalmavasi. We said there is God in myself and also in all. So, not only survival of the fittest, all should survive. This is the Bharatiya way of thinking. Or struggle for existence. This is the theory we have accepted through colonial minds, colonial education system. Yes, it has been propounded by great scholars. But when we see from the Bharatiya Drishti, if we want to construct Bharat, we have to see from our Rishi Muni's Drishti also. View of Rishi Muni's also has to be taken, considered. What it says, not only struggle for existence, Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina. Sarve Santu Niramaya. Not only good of few people, but good of the whole world, not only men and women, humanity, but Charachara Srishti, the whole creation. This is the Bharatiya way of thinking. Or exploitation of the nature. This is one of the theories on which the whole Western system is based upon. Now they are saying that climate change is happening. Why they are thinking now? It has come to their destruction or the destruction of the whole world. So we think that global warming, climate change, all these things. But our Rishi Munis, when there was plenty of forest, when there was plenty of environmental resources, then also they said that we should not exploit the nature. What the word used by our Rishi Munis? Dohana. That is, as we take milk from a cow, how much we want, that only we will take. Other we will leave it for the clubs of that cow. This Dohana is the thinking of Bharatiya way. Exploitation of the nature is the colonial mindset, Western thinking. Like that, when we say reconstructing Bharat, our education system should imbibe values which are Bharatiya. Otherwise, only making skillful, only making people more, yes, we need jobs, we need skills. As many social analysts analyze our nation or our society, we have plenty of largest young generation of the world, which here and again referred as demographic dividend, which is the potential workforce. Yes, we need. But if only create employees or those who are capable of doing their jobs or skillful persons, we will not reconstruct Bharat. We may reconstruct India. If we have to reconstruct Bharat through education system, we have to imbibe values which are its root in Bharatiya way of thinking. So, reconstructing Bharat needs our educators, our universities, our teachers, our gurus in education. Ultimately, it all depends upon those teachers or gurus who are reconstruction or Bharatiya way of education was guru-centric. Yes, at the end of the day, gurus, they are very important. They can only, you can draw, Dr. Kasturirangan can sit for 2-3 years and draw new education policy, national education policy, and all the brightest of bright minds of our education system can sit and write the whole education policy. But ultimately, it boils down to a person who is having his students before him, how to imbibe, how to teach, how to transfer all these things to that student. That comes to ourselves, the gurus, our teachers. Long years before, I was reading a book in the foreword. It was about Indian education system. Two things which attracted my mind. One, he was quoting a philosopher, I forgot his name, but that writer was quoting a philosopher. What is Bharatiya way of education? He was saying, the philosophy of Bharatiya education is that, it is not that a student will come to know what he was knowing earlier. Or a student will do what he was not doing earlier. But to create a person who was not before getting this education. He is the student who was not that before getting this education. This is the philosophy of birth. That is, we have to create persons, not only he will do something or skill, he will get, or he will come to know some information which he was not having earlier before getting this education. It is not only limited to these things, but that person will be transformed into a new personality. This is the philosophy behind Bharatiya education that writer was writing. For this, he was referring, or he is quoting another 4 things for a teacher. What it were? He goes on saying, a poor teacher teaches, an average teacher, a poor teacher complains, an average teacher teaches, a good teacher explains, and a great teacher inspires, he says. He says that great teacher is a guru. Our whole Bharatiya way of education is guru-centric. Whether it is class of 40 people, whether it is class of 3 people, or 1-to-1. What guru imbibes, what guru transfers, a pupil, a child, a student before him, that is the most important, and that would change that student, that would change the system. Because there is a big difference between a guru and a teacher. They always say, a teacher takes the responsibility of a student, but a guru makes that student responsible for his growth. Or a teacher instructs, but a guru constructs. Or a teacher would be a light in the way of that student, but a guru will only be a pointer in his way. So, this Bharatiya way of education is very much guru-centric. That gurus will construct, not only instructs. That only can rejuvenate our education system. That only can reconstruct our Bharat. So, today, I would appeal all the gurus sitting here, though national education policy, new education policy is well, gurus who will imbibe values, who will think in a Bharatiya way, whatever syllabus, whatever values which have been ultimately, finally it comes to us. Because if a nation, it has to be changed, if a society, it has to be changed, transformed. Many people think that if a prime minister changes, if a chief minister changes, if an education minister changes, that will make this change. Yes, for a nation, for a society, minister, whether it is education minister, they are all very important. We should get a good governing system, a non-corrupt system. But Bharatiya way of thinking, as I said, it is community-centric. It is Vyakti-centric, individual-centric, not the system-centric. A thinker in a very good way puts it, by change of government, you cannot elevate a nation which is individually fallen, just as you cannot improve your daughter's grammar by giving her a new fountain pen. Yes, you can change prime minister, you can change education minister, you can change defense ministers, you can change chief ministers. These are all cosmetic changes. As I said, they are very important for a nation. But if society doesn't change, if the mindset of the society doesn't take place, change in the mindset of the society, these are all cosmetic changes. It will become temporary. If you have to change the society, as I said, as that thinker says, you have to write down one alphabet by another. You have to teach your daughter every letter how to write. Then only the word will become proper. Then only the whole line will become proper. Then only the whole page will become proper. So only changing fountain, your pen, will not change the society, will not change the system. So today I would appeal all the teachers and gurus who are sitting here to achieve this great goal of rejuvenating Bharat, rejuvenating education, to reconstruct Bharat. We are all have to put our efforts, our energy, our mind to bring a good, proper change in day-to-day affairs of our education system, where we can play a pivotal part in it. With this appeal, I would end my speech here. I am very much thankful to functionaries of the Akhil Bharatiya Rashtriya Shikshaka Mahasangh and also Mr. B.J. Rao, who is presiding over this function, and also Sri Mahendra Kapoorji, who is a full-time pracharak for ABRSM and giving his full time and efforts for this regeneration and also for the reconstruction of Bharat. I thank everyone who have given this opportunity to be here with all of you for these wonderful moments. Namaskars.
Thank you, sir, for those very, very valuable words. I would now request Shri Mahendra Kapoorji, Akhil Bharatiya Rashtriya Shikshak Manch, New Delhi, to address the gathering.
व्यासपीठ पर विराजमान इस कार्यक्रम की अध्यक्षता कर रहे प्रोफेसर बीजे राव जी, हैदराबाद सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर, राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ के सहसहकारवा माननीय मुकुंद जी, उस्मानिया यूनिवर्सिटी के प्रोफेसर किशन जी, और इस सभागार में बैठे हुए सभी विद्वान शिक्षक बंधु भगिनी, माननीय मुकुंद जी के वक्तव्य के बाद बोलने के लिए, क्योंकि मेरा विषय थोड़ा अलग है, अखिल भारतीय राष्ट्रीय शैक्षिक महासंघ, जिसके बारे में दक्षिण भाग में हमारा कम जानकारी है, थोड़ी उसकी जानकारी मैं देना चाहूंगा। देश की स्वतंत्रता के बाद, आजादी के बाद देश भर में विभिन्न प्रकार के संगठनों की रचना हुई और ऐसे में हम लोगों ने भी शिक्षकों के बीच में काम करना शुरू किया। 1952 से देश में शिक्षकों को संगठित करके उनके विभिन्न प्रकार के प्रश्नों को सरकार के समक्ष रखना, समाधान दिलाना, इस भाव को लेकर राष्ट्रीय शैक्षिक महासंघ नहीं, उस समय राज्यों के शिक्षकों ने अपने संगठन बनाकर काम करना शुरू किया। ऐसे सब लोग देश में अन्य प्रकार के जो केंद्रीय स्तर पर चल रहे थे संगठन, उनमें राज्य संगठनों ने काम करना शुरू किया। लेकिन ध्यान में आया कि जिस विचार के लिए हमको काम करना है वो विचार वहां नदारद है। शिक्षकों के वेतन भत्ते, उनकी सुविधाएं दिलाना, ऐसी डिमांड लेकर केवल हम संगठन के लोग काम करेंगे, अपने को सबको लगता था कि ये न्यायोचित नहीं है। शिक्षकों को वेतन भत्ते अच्छे मिलना चाहिए, सम्मान मिलना चाहिए, लेकिन शिक्षक का काम क्या है? शिक्षा नीति की चर्चा हो रही है, शिक्षा कौन व्यक्ति केंद्रित, यानी जो समाज को आगे लेके जाने वाले हैं उनको ध्यान में लेकर होना चाहिए। ऐसे समय में देश भर के जो राष्ट्रीय शैक्षिक महासंघ के इस विचार के राष्ट्रीय विचारों के जो कार्यकर्ता थे, उन्होंने अखिल भारतीय स्तर पर अन्य संगठनों को छोड़कर 1988 में अखिल भारतीय राष्ट्रीय शैक्षिक महासंघ की स्थापना की। ये महासंघ का स्वरूप दिया। राज्यों में चलने वाले राज्य संगठन, विश्वविद्यालयों में चलने वाले विश्वविद्यालय संगठन, वो सब इकट्ठे होकर केजी टू पीजी, पूर्व प्राथमिक, प्री प्राइमरी से लेकर हायर एजुकेशन में काम करने वाले सभी शिक्षक एक अम्ब्रेला बॉडी के साथ काम करें, ऐसा निश्चय हुआ। आज प्रातःकाल भी उद्घाटन सत्र में भी इस संचालिका ने बोला था, राष्ट्र के हित में शिक्षा, शिक्षा के हित में शिक्षक, शिक्षक के हित में समाज। ये ध्येय वाक्य लेकर शिक्षा कैसी चाहिए जो राष्ट्र के हित में हो। आज शिक्षा नीति को लेकर पिछले 6-7 साल से चर्चा हो रही है और 2020 में जो शिक्षा नीति आई, इसके अमलीकरण के लिए, क्रियान्वयन के लिए हम सब प्रयत्न कर रहे हैं। विभिन्न संस्थाएं, विभिन्न विश्वविद्यालय, ये सब प्रयासरत हैं। तो शिक्षा कैसी चाहिए, जिससे व्यक्ति कौन सा निर्माण होना चाहिए, जिसके मन में भक्ति का भाव, राष्ट्रभक्ति का भाव जगे। मेरा जन्म क्या हुआ है, मेरे जन्म का कारण क्या है, ऐसा महसूस करे व्यक्ति। केवल अपने पेट भरण पोषण के लिए शिक्षा नहीं है। एक जीवन में जो ऊंचाई है, भारत की जो दृष्टि, वैश्विक दृष्टि है, जिसकी चर्चा अभी इस सत्र में हुई है, इस दृष्टि को लेकर हम काम करें शिक्षा के माध्यम से। इस बात को लेकर शिक्षा, उस प्रकार का पाठ्यक्रम और उससे जुड़े जितने महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे हैं, जो बनने वाली पॉलिसीज हैं, उनमें भी शिक्षक संगठन की भूमिका होनी चाहिए। क्योंकि पूर्व में जो संगठन चलते थे, AISTF, AIPTF, AI फुक्टो, वो सब कहते थे कि हमको केवल वेतन मानों के लिए, वेतन भत्तों के लिए संघर्ष करना है। जब पाठ्यक्रम की बात आती थी, वो कहते हैं हमारा काम नहीं है, सरकार का काम है। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, जो शिक्षक पढ़ाते हैं, जो विजनरी हैं, आने वाली पीढ़ी, APJ अब्दुल कलाम 2020 की बात करते थे 98 से पहले, और बाद में 2030 और 2050 और अब 2100 में भारत कहां जाएगा, उस समय की चुनौतियां क्या होंगी, यह बात ध्यान में लेकर पाठ्यक्रम और हमारी व्यवस्थाएं बननी चाहिए। इसको ध्यान में लेकर ये जो नई शिक्षा नीति आई है 2050, और क्योंकि इसका अमलीकरण 2035 से 2040 के बीच में होगा, आने वाले जो 80 साल हैं, इस 80 साल को ध्यान में लेकर, तो इसी नाते को, इसी विषय को ध्यान में लेकर हमने अपना ध्येय वाक्य का पहला बिंदु बनाया, राष्ट्र के हित में शिक्षा, शिक्षा के हित में शिक्षक। आजादी के बाद लगातार हम देखते हैं कि देश में शिक्षकों का सम्मान कम होता चला गया है। आज कहीं हमको मुख्यमंत्री से, प्रधानमंत्री से और किसी से मिलना है तो हमारा वाइस चांसलर क्यों में है, 1 दिन 2 दिन महीनों तक वेट करना पड़ता है। जिस संसार में भारत की शिक्षा की मॉडल की चर्चा होती थी, वहां का गुरुकुल का जो प्रमुख है, वो एक पॉलिटिशियन के उसकी वेटिंग कर रहा है कि वो समय देंगे और हम अपनी बात रखेंगे। इतना अपघात इस व्यवस्था पर हुआ। जो कुलगुरु हैं, उनका सम्मान कितना होना चाहिए, शिक्षक BBIP होना चाहिए। तो शिक्षक के सम्मान की चर्चा कैसी होगी, शिक्षकों ने स्वयं ने करना है, समाज के मन में भी धारणा बनानी है, और जो व्यवस्था देने वाले लोग हैं उनके मन में भी धारणा बने। इसलिए शिक्षक के सम्मान के जितने भी कार्यक्रम हो सकते हैं, वो कार्यक्रमों को हमने प्रारंभ करना, बार बार में मानस बनाना समाज का, सरकार का जो नियंता है, नीतिगत निर्णय करने वाली बॉडीज हैं, कि शिक्षक को सर्वोच्च स्थान देकर, क्योंकि आने वाली पीढ़ी कैसे बनेगी उनके हाथ में लिखा रहता है। जो प्राथमिक विद्यालय में पढ़ते समय मैंने विद्यालय के द्वार पर देखा ज्ञानार्थ प्रवेश, और दूसरे गेट पर लिखा है सेवार्थ प्रस्थान, ज्ञान के लिए प्रवेश और सेवा के लिए प्रस्थान। कैसा मनुष्य बनाना है, इस मनुष्य की कैसी निर्मिति करनी है, ये विद्यालयों के माध्यम से होगा। माध्यम कौन बनेगा? शिक्षक बनेगा। इस भाव को लेकर शिक्षक के सम्मान की चर्चा होनी चाहिए। हमने शैक्षिक महासंघ में भी प्रतिवर्ष 3 शिक्षकों को सम्मान करने की बात, और जहां पर भी ये अवसर मिलता है इस बात को ध्यान में लेकर शिक्षक को सर्वोच्च सम्मान के साथ में बीवीआईपी ट्रीटमेंट मिलना चाहिए। इसका बीवीआईपी का मतलब करते हैं कि गुरु द्रोणाचार्य जी ने तो शासन के समक्ष समर्पण करके फिर व्यवस्था में कैसे बदल हुआ सारा वो एक समय कैसा था कि पेट भूखा रहकर भी शिक्षक को पढ़ाना है, मांगना नहीं है, अपने आर्थिक व्यवस्थाओं की चर्चा नहीं करना है। ऐसा एक लंगोटीधारी यानी शिक्षक की भूमिका ऐसी होती थी। आज हम लंगोटीधारी की बात नहीं करते, सारी सुविधाओं से युक्त चाहिए लेकिन सम्मान का पात्र, इस प्रकार की व्यवस्था। और तीसरा है शिक्षक के हित में समाज। 1947 के बाद हम देखते हैं, आज भी चर्चा में अभी यहीं आंध्र प्रदेश उपाध्याय संघ के कार्यकर्ताओं से भी चर्चा कर रहा था इस सत्र से पहले। एक विद्यालय में 5 कक्षाएं चलती हैं, अध्यापक 1 या 2 हैं। सरकार और शासन के लोग कहते हैं कि आप अच्छा करिए। चर्चा आई कि 50 से 60 लाख का रिसोर्स, उनको फंडिंग की योजना सरकार ने आंध्र ने की है। पढ़ाने वाला व्यक्ति नहीं है, शिक्षक नहीं है, कैसे उत्थान होगा, कैसे उत्कर्ष होगा। प्राइवेट में अच्छे रिजल्ट्स आते हैं और गवर्नमेंट के स्कूल रिजल्ट्स अच्छा नहीं देते हैं। तुलना करते हैं लोग, समाज के मन में धारणा बने ये ज्यादा वेतन वाले जो शिक्षक हैं, सरकारी जो शिक्षक हैं, वो पढ़ाते नहीं है। किसी को भी उस व्यवस्था के बारे में सोचने के लिए चर्चा नहीं है। आज चर्चा हुई दोपहर के सत्र में, सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटीज में कई हजार से भी ज्यादा फैकल्टी नहीं है। स्कूल में देखेंगे कितने लाख, कम से कम 15 लाख से 18 लाख शिक्षक देश में चाहिए अभी, उसके लिए कोई व्यवस्था नहीं है। धीरे धीरे स्कूल में एनरोलमेंट कम होना और मर्जिंग की ओर जाना, कितने लाख स्कूल अगले 4-5 साल में बंद हो जाएंगे। हर राज्य में 3000 से 6000 विद्यालय प्रतिवर्ष बंद होने की ओर है। आने वाले समय में जो गरीब का बालक है वो स्कूल नहीं जा सकेगा, उसको केवल देखना है बाहर जाकर, केवल जो बाउंड्री है इस विद्यालय की उसकी तरफ देख कर खड़े होना है। मुझे भी पढ़ना चाहिए, मैं पढ़ नहीं सकता हूं। एक कालखंड आने वाले समय में हमको देखना पड़ सकता है। समाज में विश्वास खड़ा करने की बात है, शिक्षक अच्छा पढ़ाएगा, अच्छा रिजल्ट देगा, लेकिन ये बातें समाज के मन में भी एक धारणा बनानी पड़ेगी। उस शिक्षकों ने भी प्रयत्न करना है कि मैं 100% दूं। अध्यापक 5 चाहिए और 1 होने के बाद भी मेरा विद्यालय सबसे अच्छा चलेगा। अखिल भारतीय राष्ट्रीय शैक्षिक महासंघ ने लगातार इसका प्रयत्न किया है। कोई एक अध्यापक क्यों न हो, उसके प्रयत्नों से विद्यालय को सर्वोच्च स्थान, हमने अभी पिछले साल नवंबर में ही बात की, मेरा विद्यालय मेरा तीर्थ, मेरे विद्यालय को मैं तीर्थ रूप में देखूंगा। वो ऊर्जा का एक अजस्र प्रवाह फैलाने वाला है। हर शिक्षक को लगे मैं पूजा के स्थान पर जा रहा हूं। पूजा का स्थान होता है, वहां आदमी पूरा समय सच्चे मन से, अच्छे मन से काम करने के लिए तत्पर होता है। इस भाव भावना से जब शिक्षक काम करेगा तो समाज का हर नागरिक, हर व्यक्ति, हर पेरेंट्स शिक्षक के साथ होगा। कभी उसको वेतन भत्तों के लिए स्ट्राइक करने की आवश्यकता नहीं पड़ेगी, आंदोलन करने की जरूरत पड़ेगी। ऐसा मिलाकर अखिल भारतीय राष्ट्रीय शैक्षिक महासंघ ने राष्ट्र के हित में शिक्षा, शिक्षा के हित में शिक्षक और शिक्षक के हित में समाज, ये विचारों की त्रिवेणी और हमारा ध्येय वाक्य, ये आदर्श वाक्य तो सा विद्या या विमुक्ति, वो तो हमने लिया ही है, विद्या जो विमुक्ति की ओर ले जाती है। ये ध्येय धारणा लेकर लगभग 33-34 साल से अखिल भारतीय राष्ट्रीय शैक्षिक महासंघ KG to PG शिक्षकों का संगठन, 12 लाख से अधिक शिक्षक इस समय देश में हैं, जहां 1,20,000, 1.5 लाख शिक्षक भी किसी किसी राज्य में हैं, वो हमारे संगठन के साथ हैं। कभी भी हम संगठन के माध्यम से स्ट्राइक करना, परीक्षाओं का बाइकआउट करना, चॉकडाउन स्ट्राइक करना, हमने इसके नकारा है। शिक्षक को पढ़ाना है, इवेल्युएशन करना है। सरकार को कोई बात लगती है, कोई समस्या है, उसको मेमोरेंडम देना, ज्ञापन देना, वार्ता करना, डायलॉग करना, ये माध्यम अपना है, बाकी लोगों की तरह नहीं। पूर्व में बहुत सारे आंदोलनों ने देश की व्यवस्था को चूर चूर किया। हम चाहते हैं कि शिक्षक के नाते से पूरे समय पढ़ाकर फिर अपनी कोई बात है और संगठन का काम भी करना है। कक्षाएं छोड़कर संगठन का काम नहीं करना, कक्षाएं पूरी करने के बाद संगठन के काम के लिए कार्यकर्ता काम लगे। आंदोलन चलाना है तो कक्षाओं के बाद आंदोलन चलाइए। ऐसा एक संगठन देश में 4 संवर्ग इस समय प्राथमिक, माध्यमिक, उच्च शिक्षा काम करते हैं। ऐसा महिला विंग भी है। एक हमारे जो विभिन्न प्रकार की जो शिक्षा व्यवस्था में लगे हुए श्रेणी के जो हमारे फिजिकल इंस्ट्रक्टर हैं, लैब असिस्टेंट हैं, अकाउंट सेक्शन के लोग हैं, ऐसे लोग पूरक वर्ग, ऐसे 5 संवर्गों को लेकर हम काम करते हैं देश भर में, जम्मू कश्मीर से लेकर कन्याकुमारी तक, और इधर अटक से कटक की बात करते हैं, गुजरात से लेकर उधर त्रिपुरा, पूर्वोत्तर भारत तक अखिल भारतीय राष्ट्रीय शैक्षिक महासंघ 26 राज्यों में काम कर रहा है। अभी ये बात सही है, कुछ राज्यों में उच्च शिक्षा, कुछ राज्यों में स्कूली शिक्षा में अभी हमको जाने की जरूरत है। ऐसा मिलाकर देश में इस वैचारिक विषय को लेकर जो मैंने अपने ध्येय वाक्य के रूप में बताई, देश में संगठन काम कर रहा है। बहुत सारी बातें हो सकती हैं, समय की मर्यादा है, लेकिन इस साल हम लोग देश में सभी प्रकार की संगठन, शासन की ओर से भी स्वतंत्रता का अमृत महोत्सव, आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मनाने का प्रयत्न चल रहा है। 90 साल में 30 लाख से अधिक लोगों ने कुर्बानी देकर इस भारत को आजाद किया है। इस बीच में 4 से 5 पीढ़ी गुजर गई है। कैसे मालूम चले कि हमारे पूर्वजों ने इतना शहादत दी है, बलिदान दिया है। इसके कारण आज हम स्वतंत्रता की श्वास लेकर हम देश में काम कर पा रहे हैं, अपना जीवन यापन कर पा रहे हैं। ऐसी नई पीढ़ी को उस बलिदानी गाथाओं से सबको परिचित करना, ये आजादी को बिना तलवार के, बिना ढाल के नहीं, हमारे पूर्वजों ने लंबे संघर्ष के बाद ये आजादी को प्राप्त किया है। वो बची रहे, अखंड अक्षुण्ण बनी रहे। इस नाते से इस पीढ़ी को जो हमारे सामने दिखाई देती है उसको जानकारी देना विद्यालय में सब शिक्षकों से अपेक्षा की है। अपने क्लासरूम में कम से कम 5 मिनट प्रार्थना सभा में अधिक समय देकर, और जो साप्ताहिक सभा होती है, बाल सभा होती है, ऐसे समय में हम विद्यार्थियों के माध्यम से पेरेंट्स में भी जो बलिदानी उनकी गाथाओं को बताएं, कैसा हमारा स्वातंत्र संग्राम रहा, उसकी चर्चा की जाए। और ऐसा लेकर हम 1 लाख विद्यालयों में इस साल 1 अगस्त के दिन अखिल भारतीय राष्ट्रीय शैक्षिक महासंघ भारत माता के चित्र को लेकर उसकी यात्रा निकालकर उसका भव्य पूजन करना और ऐसे बलिदानी परिवार के लोगों को विद्यालय में सम्मानित करना, गांव के सभी बड़े बुजुर्ग से लेकर, पेरेंट्स से लेकर, विद्यालय के विद्यार्थी लेकर, सभी शिक्षा में लेकर देश भर में लाखों लोगों को एक साथ इस बात की बताना कि देश की आजादी हमको कैसे मिली है और उसको कैसे अक्षुण्ण रखना है, तो आह्वान किया है। इस सब काम को करने के लिए कम से कम 75 शिक्षक कार्यकर्ताओं ने अपनी उस सूची में नाम लिखा है। इस युगादि से लेकर अगली युगादि के बीच में 75 दिन हजारों शिक्षक कार्यकर्ता अपना समय सेमिनार का आयोजन स्वतंत्रता के आंदोलन के पक्ष को लेकर करेंगे। ऐसे लगभग 750 से अधिक महाविद्यालयों ने भी व्याख्यान करने की, हमको लगता है लगभग 3000 महाविद्यालयों में कार्यक्रमों की रचना उस समय बनेगी। हेतु एक ही है, इस विचार को, इस आजादी के बारे में जानकारी हर विद्यार्थी को जैसी होनी चाहिए वैसा पहुंचाने का काम अखिल भारतीय राष्ट्रीय शैक्षिक महासंघ करेगा। ऐसा ये 2 प्रकार के, इसी प्रकार हमने देश भर के हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं को इस अवसर पर पूरा समय देकर, जो सेवानिवृत्त बंधु हैं, ऐसे सैकड़ों बंधु, उनकी सूची बनी है, उनका प्रशिक्षण होगा आने वाले अप्रैल के बाद से लेकर जून के मध्य में। अधिक समय देने के लिए सैकड़ों कार्यकर्ता पूरा 1 साल, 2 साल, 3 साल का समय देंगे, उनके प्रशिक्षण वर्ग की योजना हुई है। ऐसा मिलाकर दूसरा हमने बोला पहले, मेरा विद्यालय मेरा तीर्थ, 1000 से अधिक विद्यालयों में काम शुरू हुआ है। आने वाले समय में इस बात को ध्यान में लेकर और आने वाले 3 साल के बाद 2025 में जहां राज्य में, हर राज्य में अपना काम और प्रत्येक विद्यालय में शिक्षक संगठन का कार्यकर्ता वहां काम करेगा, ऐसा बड़ा लक्ष्य लेकर अखिल भारतीय राष्ट्रीय शैक्षिक महासंघ इस काम में लगा है। और हम जानते हैं कि इस क्षेत्र में उच्च इस योजना को लेकर ठीक प्रकार से उसकी व्यवस्था बनाएं, प्रशिक्षण की योजना करें और हम देश में कंधे से कंधे मिलाकर इस अभियान को, इस आंदोलन को, इस जानकारी को नीचे तक लेकर जाएं। मुझे समझता हूं कि आप इस समय इस अवसर पर इतना कहना पर्याप्त है। जय भारत।
Now I would request Professor Kishan Garu to take over and give his valuable speech.
Good evening, one and all, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, Honorable President of the session, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Hyderabad Central University, B.J. Rao Garu, Mananiya Mukundji, Sir Karyavav, RSS, and Mananiya Mahendra Kapoorji, Organizing Secretary, ABRSM, and all other dignitaries of the dais on the dais. After the inputs given by the Mananiya Mukundji and Mahendra Kapoorji, I will not take, only within 1-2 minutes I will complete my the inputs. So Indian knowledge system is established to promote interdisciplinary research on all aspects of Indian knowledge systems. Gandhiji profounded Nayi Talin means for social reconstruction, which states that knowledge and work are not separate. Nayi Talin means focus on heart and heal. We need to preserve and disseminate Indian knowledge system for future research and societal applications. Indian have diversified habits on food, language, dress, living style, and therapeutic methods in healthcare system. And the NEP focus mostly on 5 pillars. One is affordability, another one is accessibility, the third one is quality, and fourth one is equity, and fifth one is accountability to ensure continuous and sustainable learning. NEP focuses on new skills which is required in our higher education system to become India to a more vibrant knowledge society. Higher education system has attained a key position in the knowledge society under globalized economy. It brings rapid development in technology and communicated or foreseeing changes in within higher education system across the world. So ultimately the higher education system will be in further within few years. It will academicians and the students and research scholars and all other the academic administrators have to initiate this the implementation of NEP, and at the most the quality education is essential. Without the quality education there is no use of the education. To obtain the degrees, nowadays some people are running over the obtaining the degrees, but obtaining degrees is not the quality education. Ultimately the quality knowledge system is important. Whatever the degrees you are getting, that much of knowledge you need to gain. So that is the NEP focuses. I think the NEP will be after implementing the whatever the Indian knowledge system and in Indian economic system and all will coming forward, and it will be implemented. It can be further. It will be improve the quality education system. With this, I thank the organizers, and I will conclude this for giving this opportunity.
I want to thank all the speakers. If you have paid attention to what was said in this session, some very, very fundamental issues were pointed out. I want to summarize it in a manner that can synthesize the gist of this topic. To begin with, Mukundji highlighted on some of the most deeper aspects of what Bharatiyata is and how education must assimilate Bharatiyata. He pointed out that education is much bigger than schooling. so far the education that we have had is merely a schooling, but real education is much bigger than schooling. This particular point is where NEP 2020 will make a significant departure. He also pointed out that there is a dichotomy, Bharatiyata and Indianness. So we are stuck with this dual labeling. It's a historical accident. We must come out of that accident and come back to the original world, Bharatiyata. Bharatiyata, unlike the Western counterparts, Bharatiyata is a community-centric word. It is not a physical word. It is a word where you bring in life. So it's a very different word compared to the system that Westerners use. It's not a system. It is a community. It is a community which carries a value. That is Bharatiyata. And that he pointed out. And he made a very, very important distinction between this well-established, well-accepted scientific notion of survival of the fittest to our counterpart where we said everybody has to live. We said Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. This is a radical departure from survival of the fittest. The Western counterpart goes for survival of the fittest. So there is a radical departure in what he said, and that's a very, very important point. I will very briefly summarize and then they will take over. Mahendra Kapoorji brought out very important points on Shiksha, where all of us have gone through education for ourselves, apne liye Shiksha so far. But actual Shiksha is Rashtra ke liye Shiksha. This is a very, very important distinction that was made. And the country, the way it is going, there is a lot of paucity of good Shikshak, and there is going to be a problem about that. Several ideas came out of this particular fundamental thought. Finally, Professor Kishanji described the tenets of the tenets of new education policy, where access, equity, sustainable learning and quality education are the main pillars. So this was the essence of what we discussed in the present session. I want to thank all the speakers for conveying some of the most fundamental ideas which are the hallmarks of NEP 2020. Namaste.
Thank you, sir. I extend my sincere thanks to the chairperson and the speakers for the most productive and informative, inspiring session. Now I would like to request all the dignitaries to accept a small token of gratitude. Now I request Professor Krishan Garu, Osmania University, ABRSM, to felicitate Professor B.J. Rao Garu, the Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad. Please. Thank you, sir. Now I request Sri Mahendra Kapoorji, ABRSM, New Delhi, to honor Sri Mukund, sir, New Delhi. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor B.J. Rao Garu, the Vice Chancellor, Central University, Hyderabad, to present a memento to Sri Mahendra Kapoorji, ABRSM, New Delhi. Thank you, sir. Now I request Sri Mukundji to felicitate Professor Krishan Garu, Osmania University, ABRSM. Thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all.
Dhanyavad to everybody. And now there will be a tea break for 5 to 10 minutes. I request delegates to take tea outside. So after the tea break, there will be an excellent cultural events. So after the cultural events, I request all the delegates and guests, those who have come from all the places, to take the dinner after the cultural festival.
In the respective communities through their art. Let's start our first performance with a classical dance with an invocatory item, Natesha Kautum. Natesha Kautum is a fast-paced item in praise of Lord Nataraja, also known as the god of dance, who is worshipped by all the sages and demands for his protection. To present this, I invite Kumari Ritika, Sweta, Kavya, Saujanya, Udvavina, Srimati Shuguna, Dr. Bindu, and Baby Adhika. Please welcome them. Thank you.
Jana 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 jana
നന്ദിവാഗന നാദയോഗ പ്രിയ ശൂലധാര നന്ദിവാഗന നാദയോഗ പ്രിയ ജഗണം കിടതഗണം കിടതഗ കിടതഗ കിടതൈ ജയ ജയ ജഗ ജഗ ശശിര വിഭൂഷണ രൂപ ഭയങ്കര ഡമരുഗഹസ്ത ജഗണം കിടതഗണം കിടതഗ കിടതഗ കിടതൈ ജയ ജയ ജഗ ജഗ ശശിര വിഭൂഷണ രൂപ ഭയങ്കര ഡമരുഗഹസ്ത തൃതീയ സഹസ്ര ദീക്ഷിതനാഭ നടേശ ഗൗതം തഗദഗദ ദിഗദിഗദി തക്കുതി കുതക്കിട്ട തക്കിടകിടദിഗദീനങ്കി കിടദഗദ കൂത്ത താകതൈ താകതൈ
Thank you very much, Bindu. It's a wonderful performance. कैसे लगा जी? सभी लोग बाहर से जो लोग आए इधर, सभी लोगों के एक बार मैं पूछ रही हूँ, कैसे लगा हमारा performance? Thank you, ji. Thank you very much. We will have our next performance. It's a glimpse from Aranyakanda of the epic Ramayana, where Sita was abducted by Ravana. Jatayu first fought with Ravana in an attempt to save her when he lost his wings and fought for his life. Rama, the incarnation of Lord Vishnu, the presiding deity of Tirupati, bestowed salvation on Jatayu. Presenting the story of Jatayu Moksham of Bharatanatyam, this will be performed by Srimati Suguna, Kumari Saujanya, Udayveena, Ritika, Shweta, Baby Advika, and Dr. Himabindu. Please welcome them. Thank you.
Tadar वितरसी दीक्षुरणे दीपति कमनीयं वितरसि दीक्षुरणे दीपति कमनीयं वितरसि दीक्षुरणे दीपति कमनीयं वितरसि दीक्षुरणे दीपति कमनीयम् वितरसि दीक्षुरणे दीपति कमनीयं गजमुखमौलि बलिं रमणीयं गजमुखमौलि बलिं रमणीयं गजमुखमौलि बलिं रमणीयं केत रघुपति रूप केशवाधृत रघुपति रूप सामी पम पग पाद सगम प नि सा ग नि प नि सा ग सानी पम पग पाद सगम प नि सा ग नि प नि सा ग सानी पम पग पाद सगम प नि सा ग नि प नि सा नि प सा नि प म स ग म ग स म ग स नि स सा नि प म प म ग स नि स ग म ग स म ग स नि प नि सा नि प सा नि प म स ग म ग स म ग स नि स सा नि प म प म ग स नि स ग नि स प नि नि प म प नि स प नि म प प म ग म प नि म प ग म प नि स ग केशवाधृत रघुपति भूप केशवाधृत रघुपति
థ్యాంక్ యూ కల్చరల్ టీమ్ ఆఫ్ శ్రీ పద్మావతి మహిళా విశ్వవిద్యాలయం. ఆ వెనకాల కూర్చున్నటువంటి వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా ఒక్క మాట చెప్పాలి, ఎలా ఉంది పర్ఫార్మెన్స్? ఐఎమ్ ఆస్కింగ్ వెంకటేశ్వర యూనివర్సిటీ. మేము మహిళా యూనివర్సిటీ నుంచి వచ్చాం కాబట్టి మాకు విజిల్స్ పెద్దగా పడవు. సో మీ అందరి కోసం ఒక స్పెషల్ పర్ఫార్మెన్స్ ఫ్రమ్ మహిళా యూనివర్సిటీ. We'll have a folk dance. A folk dance celebrates cultural roots of a particular group of people. Ganga Jatra is one of the famous traditional folk dance from Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh. It has its own tradition and customs which is being followed since generations. The people in the villages celebrates this Ganga Jatra with lots of devotion through prayers, singing and dancing with great joy and enthusiasm. To present this, I invite Kumari, Yogamruta, Lakshmi Priya, Pranati, Nikita, Manashwini, Shai Bhavateja, Nandini, Kirtana, Akanksha, Vishnu Krupa, Tehita Kriya and Srimati Kalaivani. The dance is accompanied by Sri Suresh on vocal, Sri Nagaraj Garu on Dappu, Dr. Pratap on Dolak. Please welcome them and this folk dance is being choreographed by Sri Suresh Gar. Thank you. Please welcome R. Suresh Kumar Garu.
Hello.
గంగాలమ్మో పోలేరమ్మా పోలేరమ్మో గంగాలమ్మో పోలేరమ్మో గంగాయి చెట్టు కింద కాలమ్మో కాలమ్మో నీవు చల్లగా చూడంగా వానలు మెండుగా కురవంగా నీవు చల్లగా చూడంగా వానలు మెండుగా కురవంగా పిల్ల పాప గొర్రె మేఘ పాడి పంట చలంగనుండ గంగారమ్మో పోలేరమ్మో గంగిరాయి చెట్టు కింద కాలమ్మో పెట్టలిస్తామే వదో వదో మేఘపూతులిస్తామే వదో 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 కోడి పెట్టలిస్తామే మేఘపూతులిస్తామే చల్లంగా మా పల్లెను కాపాడము గంగారమ్మో పోలేరమ్మో గంగిరాయి చెట్టు కింద కాలమ్మో కాలమ్మా ఊరి వెనక మర్రిగాడా ఉత్తరాన దొమ్మి మీద ఊరి వెనక మర్రి కాడ ఉత్తరాన దుమ్మి మీద నడిగొట్టులోను కాలమ్మ గుడి కాడ కల్లు 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 అక్కడ ఇక్కడ ఎక్కడ చూసినా దయ్యాలు భూతాలు తిరుగుతాంటాయంటారు జయరాని దారుణాలు చేస్తాంటాయంట దయ్యాలు భూతాలు తిరుగుతాంటాయంట జయరాని దారుణాలు చేస్తాంటాయంట తల్లు 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 అరే గంగారమ్మో కోలేరమ్మో గంగిరాయి చెట్టు కింద అంకారమ్మో అంకారమ్మ దుర్గమ్మ దైగుంట గంగమ్మ వెంకటగిరిలో పోలేరమ్మన్నేనే నెల్లూరు కల్లూరు యాలేరు గీలేరు అన్నుల దేవతను నేనే మీ బాధలు తీర్చి మీ కోరికలు తీర్చి అలరించు పాలించు అంకాలమ్మనే గంగాలమ్మో పోలేరమ్మో గంగిరాయి చెట్టు మీద అంకాలమ్మో అంకాలమ్మ Thank you very much.
One week practice from different disciplines. This is only 1 week practice. And special thanks to all HODs, deans from both the School of the Social Sciences and the Life Sciences. And my humble thanks to the Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam for giving us wonderful entertainment, and at the same another folk song what we are going to have here is, these folk songs are very important to music because they give a short history of people involved in the relation between a man and a woman in a village scenario. To present this beautiful folk song, I welcome Kumari Anusha, Taileshri Madam. Please welcome them.
Hello, hello, check.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello, hello, check. 1, 2, 3, check.
అక్క నువ్వు అన్న
ఓ రాములయ్య
టైమ్ ఫర్ మైమ్ ఎలా ఉన్నామో దీని అంతటికి కారణకి అర్హత లేదని నేను ఆ సిటిజన్స్ దేర్ పర్సనల్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ వన్ మోర్ లిటిల్ ఫెదర్ టు దిస్ సందేశే Thank you, girls. Boys, thank you very much for your wonderful support. My special thanks to the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Sri Venkateswara University for giving us wonderful opportunity, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And we'll have a next performance is Tilana. This is a brisk is in praise of Goddess Kamakshi, Dr. Himabindu. Please welcome them.
Deen ta na 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 dru dru ta ni deen ta na 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 dru dru ta ni tum tum na dru dru ta ni deen ta na 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 dru ta ni tum ta na ta deen ta na 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 dru dru ta ni tum dru ta ni tum tum ta ni tum dru ta ni tum tum na dru ta ni tum tum dru ta ni tum ta na ta tum ta ni tum ta na ta di ta na tum 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 ta ni ta na dru dru ta ni tum ta na ta dru ta ni tum na dru dru ta di tum ta ni tum ta na ta di ta na dru dru ta ni tum ta ni tum ni ta ni tum ta ni tum Tani tum tum tani tum tanana tagadi tana na 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 dru dru tani 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 tum tum na dru tani tum tani tum tanana tagadi tana na 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 dru dru tani tani tum tana na 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 dru dru tani tani tum tani tum tani tum tani tum tanana tadadi tana na 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 dru dru tani tani tum tani tum na dru tani tum tani tum tanana tadadi tana na 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 dru dru tani tadadi dhim tadara tani ditram kidadaga darigida tum ditram kidadaga darigida tum na dru tani tum tani tum tanana tadadi madaga tani sa ga sa ni sa ga sa ni sa sa ni da ma ga sa ma dru tani tum tani tum tanam dim ta ki ta ta dim di ta ki ta ta ga ma ga sa ni da ma tani sa ga ma ga ma da ma ga sa ma ni da ma da ni da sa ni ga sa ma ga sa ni da ni di ga di ku di tra kida da ga da ri kida tum di ta na 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 dru dru ta ni da ri tum ta ni tum ni ta ni tum ta ni tum na dru ta ni tum ta ni tum ta na na ta da ni du mahimalanu ne పొగడి పొగడచితిని నీరు మహిమలను చేసి మరచితిని శ్రీకాంచి పురి వెలయుగామాక్షి కడాక్షించి పురి వెలయు తాకు జేకు తకిటగమ తని సగద గజం గజం తనం నినిస సాని దమ మద మగజ నగ తాని tum tani tum tanam dim takita taga dim di takita taga mada sani rama tani saga mama mama da mada maga za mama ni da mada ni da za ni da za mada za ni da ni di tram kida daga dari kida tum takka di tram kida daga dari kida tum takka di ku di tram kida daga dari kida tum di tum tanana tadadi tana na 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 dru dru tani tani tum tani tum ధృతని తుం తుం ధృతని తో తనన తరధి తానన ధృతని తని తుం ధృతని తుం తుం ధృతని తుం తుం ధృతని తో తనన తరధి
Padams of their caste, creed, religion, and gender, and strong dispatch. All girls.
बजे सरगम हर तरफ से गूंजे बनकर देश राग देश
বাজি উঠে রে পম চরণে বাজিব তার ঝম সরাগ స్వరములు పలికి నిజ నిజన పదలయల బద్ధమై జగాన ఆదరాల కదిలే మధుర గానం తరంగం నాంగతి సైలు తాళంతో వినర కాదల్లాడుదు గీతం
you once again to the cultural team of Sri Padmavati Mahila. Yadanandi, Mannananandi, Chala Takwa. Manali mostundi, Mana Papalni mostundi, Manakunnatuvanti kas. Please wait. Isha found.
This very body is soil. My body, your body, everybody is just soil body. The magic of soil is it turns death into life. Depleted soils will not quench the fire of hunger. Unquenched hunger can burn the very world. This is a generational responsibility. Save soil. Let's make it happen.
Thank you, audience. To present this concert, especially the cultural items of all, I thank Professor Vani Madam, Journalism Department, Sri Padmavati University. Ma'am, thank you very much for giving me this wonderful opportunity, and because of our team, and we all want to thank you in all the way, Madam. Thank you very much. So it is such an honor to be a part of this wonderful event. On behalf of our University, Professor Jamuna Madam, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sri Padmavati University. And I also thank all patrons and advisory board of this NEP Venkateshwara University, Organizing Secretary Professor Tripura Sundari Madam, Department of Communication and Journalism. And my special thanks once again Sri Sunil for lightening of this wonderful event. And special thanks to Sri Adarsh, Assistant Professor in the Department of Performing Arts of both the universities for making this event a grand success. And I thank two young ladies who worked behind the screen to make this event in a successful manner. Dr. Shaileshri Madam, Dr. Bindu from Department of Music and Fine Arts. And my special thanks to the all audience those are present here. And I would like to call Mr. Vivek, HRST, to say a few words on this wonderful occasion.
Once again, a sincere thanks to Ravi Shankar, percussion artist from great city Tirupati, and also a sincere thanks to our SV University student Jayashri for wonderful performance in the morning opening ceremony, and a sincere thanks to Professor K. Raja Reddy Garu, our beloved Vice Chancellor of. A sincere thanks to our beloved Register. Thanks to Register and all the auditorium technicians, both Senate Hall and auditorium. Thanks to everyone, and also special thanks to the convener.
Thank you for excellent cultural activities done by the Department of Music. Sri Padmavati Mahila University. Now I request Professor Geeta Bajji, University of Delhi, Delhi. Silence. I request Professor Jamuna Madam, the Vice Chancellor of Padmavati Mahila University. Madam, please. Meer lekapothe etla madam. Nee gamaninchu. Sir, see, yes, sir. Single. I request Mahendra Kumarji. Please come, sir. Madam. Namaste. Please, sir.
By your students.
She is Geeta Bajji. Sir, please. Namaste, sir. Randamma. Randamma. చూస్తారు మేడం వాళ్ళు ఇవ్వండి మేడం అందరికి ఇవ్వండి ఇస్తారు మీరు పక్కకు పోమ్మా ఫోటో తీసుకుని Yeah, Professor Saileshwari, Department of Music, and thanks for excellent performance. Sri Padmavati Mahila Viswavidyalayam, Department of Music. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Congratulations. Thank you. Excellent performance.
Dr. U. Hema Bindu, Assistant Professor, Department of Music and Fine Arts, Padmavati Women's University, Tirupati. Wow, Bindu, that's a great deal. Keep up. We are so pleased to extend a small memory of the event, a memento, from Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Jamuna.
I request Professor Sujata, Department of Botany, Osmania University, to come out to the dais to give memento to Chiranjeevi Ravi Shankar. Please come, madam. Please. Thank you, madam. Professor Sujata, madam, Professor, Department of Botany, Osmania University. Thank you, madam. Please, madam. I request Professor Vani madam to come here to give the memento to madam. Okay. So we request to give memento to the masterminds of this total program, Vivek and Suresh. I request Jamuna madam to honor the kids. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. I request to honor Sri Suresh and his team for performing an excellent cultural activity in this event. Kapurji, please wait 1 minute, please. Professor Sri Suresh and his team, please.
సైకాలజీ నేను స్టూడెంట్ 2015 బ్యాచ్ 1 మంత్ మీ అపాయింట్మెంట్స్ కూడా ట్రై చేస్తున్నాను
Thank you very much. Last but not least, Jayshree and others, I request Professor Geeta Bhattji to honor.
Sri Adarsh from National Sanskrit University, Lighting and Technician, Assistant Professor, Performing Arts.
We studied in the same institution. He works in Sanskrit University, I work in Mahila. We work together. Yeah, we both studied together.
Request Sri Lakshmanji to come up on the stage. Please come.
మైక్ వదిలేనండి నువ్వు నిలబడుకో నాకు అంత ఇంగ్లీష్ రాదు మీరే చెప్పండి.
I request Honorable Vice Chancellor Jamuna Madam Garu to present a memento to Dr. Madhuri Paradeshi.
Yeah. So today's program is over. I request all the participants and guests to go for a dinner for all. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yes. So tomorrow the total program will be in Sri Padmavati Mahila Viswavidyalayam. The first session will begin from 9:30, and for all the delegates, breakfast also arranged in Sri Padmavati Mahila Viswavidyalayam near the Indira Priyadarshini Auditorium. So I request all the delegates to come to Sri Padmavati Mahila Viswavidyalayam directly from your place of accommodation. If you don't have any facility to accommodation, you please contact Mr. Hari Krishna, who is in charge of accommodation. He will arrange a vehicle to reach from your accommodation place to the venue of the Mahila University. So thank you each and everyone. Good night.